Our first speaker that will be Chancellor Sonny Perdue, and welcome all of you. Welcome to a very important discussion that I think we're having as a state, and that is how to do as much as we can and get caught up, if you will, with some of the other states around us in terms of college affordability and tuition assistance. We have one member of our committee who will not be with us, and Senator Gooch is traveling. Senator Davenport is, newsflash, stuck in traffic. We've all lived in that space. The chancellor and his entourage, on the other hand, we walked in together from the proximity of his offices right here in town, but we're so happy to have you. To committee members, we've added included in last night's email. We got it out yesterday, I think before the sun went down, but the spreadsheets that detail various student costs at Georgia institutions of higher education. And we are not going to attempt to dive into that today, but I wanted to put it, call it to the attention of the members. And at our next meeting on the 22nd in Milledgeville, we will, as a committee, you'll have had time to review that, and we will have that on our agenda for further review and discussion. This spreadsheets come from the Integrated Post-Secondary Education Data System, and we feel like it's going to shed some important light on answering the questions and the concerns that were raised at the last meeting. These are calculations for full-time, first-time degree certificate-seeking undergraduates who were awarded grant or scholarship aid, both from federal, state, and local governments and institutions. So just want to flag that it is in the, and it's printing it out is a massive. There's a lot there, and it's available to you on your email. Are there other housekeeping things? I don't believe so. I think that covers it. Just to review the agenda, we will, and you should have it before you. The morning session will run to approximately noon, and then there'll be time for a break, a little repast, and the afternoon session will start at 1:30. So we do have a full day, and appreciate the attendance and attention of all of you. And I'd like to, any members have any opening comments? Thank you. Senator Burns and Senator Williams, appreciate both of you being here and being timely. And I'd like to recognize Chancellor Sonny Perdue, the University System of Georgia.
It's okay here?
That's great, and we can do it. Yes, absolutely. Speakers can choose their if they want to be seated here with a mic or use the podium. I like to have my stuff spread out in front of me, and you may feel the same way. But welcome. So good to see you.
Good to see you, Chair Nora Auerbach, and good to be with you folks. And I appreciate the study here. I think it's important, obviously, as we hear more and more nationally about the affordability of college education. I think, frankly, we've got a good story to tell here in Georgia, and it's one of the things I want to do today. We presented you all with a 30-page slide deck, and I don't propose to impose on your time this morning to go through a 30-page slide deck, but I'm going to call out some slides that I think are pertinent here. If I did a 30-page, I'd have to do an altar call and pass the hat at the end of the session.
Well,
but anyway.
That's kind of how a lot of our students feel.
But nonetheless, obviously, I like to say that I think my opinion is, aside from one's faith, I think education, particularly higher education, is probably one of the most transformative things that an individual can participate in. And but it has to be of value. while they are spending money to invest in themselves, they got opportunity cost otherwise. So we've got to make sure that they get a value from the money they are paying us and all the university system and all of Georgia to make sure. I want to just start with slide 5, Ashley, if you would, and just look at our sectors and our cost. And most of you know that we got various sectors, 4 different sectors, beginning with our research universities, comprehensives being those at Kennesaw and West Georgia, Valdosta, Georgia Southern, and then our state universities in that way, and our state colleges. You can look at the tuition rate is different for each one, depending on where they are in the sector. So that's important to know that there's not a one-size-fits-all. In fact, I was always fascinated to see, Greg, when we got here, that some of our tuition credit hours on our state colleges was actually less than some of the TCSG rates as well. So I think we're about even on some of that state college with our associate as well. But that's, I think, as low as $105 per credit hour. That's the lowest public option, I think, and that's about where the TCSG is as well. Next slide I'd like to call your attention to, based on affordability, is the fact that you all, I think, have been aware of and are familiar with the Department of Audit's findings that way. In slide 7, you'll see some of those there that I was rather stunned by the facts that they presented. This looks like a Chamber of Commerce report, but it wasn't us. It was our Department of Audit in that way, and you can see that based on your generosity from the legislature and the governor in supporting higher education, our USG institutions have actually reduced student-level share of cost. In fact, it was amazing that from 17 to 24, it had declined by 24%. The mandatory fee increases were virtually all below the inflation in that regard as well. So I think institution spending, we have to make the biscuit and the syrup match, so our spending is consistent with enrollment and inflation. We are fortunately coming out very strongly after the COVID downturn of enrollment that you all heard about the first year I was here, and budget cuts, and our campuses had to do with that. Now that we have had record enrollment last year, we're expecting record enrollment again this year. Those final numbers will be audited and out here probably next month in October, but it looks like we're going to be up possibly again around 4%, which is, when you look at USGY, that's about 15,000 students. So I think we're making progress, particularly in our undergraduate as well. We'd had a strong growth in our graduate and professionals, but undergraduates had lagged, but those are coming on this year as well. So I think, again, you look at the bottom line of that slide and you can see the average annual, this is yearly tuition and fees, are approximately $6,500. Now, we got some great private institutions here in the state. I heard on the radio coming in this morning that Emory is doing a great tuition-free for those students whose income is family income under $200,000. But I did note that their tuition is $67,000. Tuition fees were $67,000 at Emory. And so from a comparison standpoint, you look, $6,500 looks pretty good. I think, again, we're proud of that. On slide 9, some of you may have been in some recent dorm rooms and see what the expectation of our college students are that way, and what is different from years ago. I'm proud the Board of Regents really started this policy on affordability before I got there. You've seen it flat for the last 7 years, no increase the last 7 of 10 years in that way. And average over that period of time, it's been just under 1% annually on that. So there have been obviously modest inflationary increases to mandatory fees, which are housing and dining in that way. I do want to acknowledge and thank you all again on behalf of our students. The funding that you all did to eliminate the special institution fee of $230 million in FY23 was a huge help. That contributed, frankly, to the good news over the audits. Is where a lot of that came from by that infusion of $230 million that eliminated that special institution fee that had to be implemented after a governor had cut the budget so much in 2009 and 10. I can't remember who that was. But
The dim mist of time.
well, I've got a slide here that'll show you what the state funding looked like at that period of time as well. But we're proud of that fact. I think, again, that proves the fact that the Board of Regents and the university system has been very mindful. In fact, affordability has been one of the pillars of success there for the university system and affordability, because we talk a lot about the $1.4 million deal over career earnings that a four-year degree makes versus a high school. But still, we have to provide value initially. You know, students don't look out over a career. They look at, can I afford this right now, in that way. So that's why it's important for affordability. I think, again, if you look here at the state share of our formula and state revenues over that period of time, you can go back to that little dip in the 2008, 9, 10 period that way and see. You can also see the percentage of what the state has contributed from a percentage-wise. The formula probably put into place in 1984 was premised on the fact that the state would contribute 75% and students and families would contribute 25% of the higher education value. You can see some of the erosion there, particularly in that those twin recessions that we had in the latter years of the first decade of the 2000s. But then you look at the comparative of the budget growth since that period of time and where we are from a percentage. That's a story there that we can also point. But you can also see the last few years, you all have recognized that, and we saw a significant increase in the last 3 or 4 years from 2022 in that effort. We're very grateful for that in that way.
10, the one just prior to that kind of sums that up, doesn't it?
It does.
The formula.
That's right.
And so now we're down at only 57% of state.
Right, that's right. My help skipped that. That's the one I really wanted, Chair. So I don't know why Ashley got ahead of us that way, but
Well,
that's.
yeah, that's a very easy to understand figures.
Right.
Used to the state each fund 3/4 of it, and now we're 57% the state appropriations.
Which I can point out that
Go ahead.
is that, frankly, is still comparatively nationally very generous compared to other states in that regard. Yeah.
How does this compare to peer states in the Southeast or nationally as far as the amount that Georgia supports education?
We can get that I don't have a slide dealing with that, but that's a very valuable question. But I can tell you that we probably only track about 2 or 3 states, and I think that I've seen that slide before, but I don't have it included here today. But that's a valid question. That way we'll get that. You also had several other questions from the committee members as well that we're working on, some very detailed questions that way that our research teams are working on to respond back to you, so your committee can have all the information it needs in that regard.
If we look, Chancellor, at slide 11, if you flip that back up, you'll see that we had a low of about 47%, but that's gone up significantly.
That's
gone
right.
up to 57% over the last
That's right.
decade or so. Is that
That's
not
right.
true?
Over the last 5 years.
Over the last 5 years, that's right, because it was flat until 2020, and then in 21 we had a dip. That was COVID, and then
That was that 10% reduction
that's
statewide,
right,
you remember?
Right, and then since then we've upped the ante.
Right.
Is that not true? Again, I would be interested in if Georgia's at 57. What are our peers?
I think that's a good question.
Well, it also makes a difference too around what's needs-based and what's merit-based, and
But
the comparing.
formula is not merit or need, is it?
No, it is just what the cost of
That's just
attendance
cost.
is.
We're not talking
Right.
about hope or financial support.
right.
We're
No.
talking about cost of education. Is that not true?
That's certainly, I wouldn't quarrel with that, but I'm pointing out the fact that the numbers show that we're doing funding tuition for needy students at 1% compared to the other states, both around us and further.
Happy to explore that.
That's right.
Slide 12, you can also see on a per FTE basis there, kind of where it has remained. Back in the early 2000s, we were doing really well, but we had that drop off in that period of time in the late or first decade, and then now you can see some gradual climbing back up on a inflation adjusted per FTE basis there for you as well in that way, but clearly you can see that trend. But what I mentioned earlier, really from an expectation standpoint, life has changed in a lot of ways from our expectation of our 18 to 22-year-olds, but slide 13 will kind of just point out some of those particularly. Why does it cost more today? Obviously, last week we saw safety and security. We're still dealing with that. Across over that, our security teams on our campuses are certified law enforcement officers, and with a responsibility that parents expect us to maintain safety and security there. It just takes more, both physically, both cyber, and all those well. Certainly technologically advanced internet was not there in the 1980s, in particular Wi-Fi and internet speed. We also have to spend more on mental health issues, as you well know, and then really student preparedness as far as the mentoring, tutoring, counseling, and those kind of areas. We've had changing demographics. Our growth in Hispanic and Asian students has also changed that way. And now, if you don't believe it, students are customers. They have choices, and they'll let you know they're customers pretty well with their expectations. I call it the field house syndrome. When you're recruiting a 5-star, you got to show them the field house and the weight room and all that to get them to come to your school to participate. It's the same with a regular student. They want to see what the dorms look like. They want to see what the classroom, the library, all those kind of things look like. They're checking out the amenities, and we're always, not just in athletics, we're in a recruiting phase for these students going forward always. But their expectation of facilities, amenities, activities, all those kind of things, as well as we're in a competitive environment, as you know very well. Then again, more course offerings, online, time of delivery. We've kind of become the Burger King, have it your way of education in that way from a student expectation. Certainly, we're all familiar with inflation, and then obviously we're working on more specific type of degree focus for job-ready focus there as well, and then greater connection to the state's workforce development needs in that regard. So I think, again, when we look at this this expectation, I think the point when we think about college education, let's go to slide 15. Senator, this may get to some of yours. You can see where the national average is. This is public universities across the United States. We're 6th lowest in state tuition and fees across the country, and even in the next one, in the SREB states, we're 3rd from the bottom, only having Florida and North Carolina, below us. That's why it'd be interesting to see what the state appropriation is for those as well, in that way. So, comparatively well, U.S.-wide and SREB-wide, I think we should be proud of the deal that Georgia students are getting here in that effort. On slide 20, let's go to, you had a presentation last meeting, I think, about student debt using the Federal Reserve study. I want to provide some other data here that may help to look at that from a different light. The study reported that the average debt load of $42,300 for every borrower in Georgia. It was number 2 in the nation behind Maryland. What we found as we dug into that was students who currently reside in Georgia, not necessarily who got their education here in Georgia. And as you know, we've been recruiting companies with high skill sets here in Georgia and fintech industries and those kind of things. Those students coming here bring with them higher debt loads. What we found was when you look at the students that were educated in Georgia, which is what we can control, that tells a different story in that way. The in-migration brings debt with them because the industries in which we've been recruiting and excelling, we think we have a higher net in-migration of a very educated, many times graduate population. So if we can go to the next slide, I think you can see what the debt load that we have on our students in all four categories that way, from the associate level to the bachelor's level, and then to the graduate and professional level. It looks like it averages in the four-year degree, averages somewhere around $23,500 in that load rather than the $42,000. Now, I think it's also interesting to note that over 50% of our students graduate with no debt load because we've made a lot of effort in our state, no more, borrow less, and trying to teach them how to manage their finances. But the fact is, when people look at the cost of college education, higher education today, what they typically lump in that is the cost of living as well. And we know that's going up. And I had a slide in your deck, and they're comparing some other things than the percentage increase of that I'm not going into this morning. But we know living, an 18-year-old that goes to college is going to cost more. An 18-year-old living at home is going to cost more than it did 10 years ago. We all know that from our families and our children and grandchildren in that way. So much of the conversation about the cost of college is dealing with board and room and board in that regard. And our students are usually getting a relatively good deal based on their demand for housing. Many of them would rather live in our dorms than have to face the market pricing outside on the economy that way. And we've got wait lists at many of our institutions with looking for more dorm rooms that way that indicate that the demand there, that we are providing a better value even in that area. But food costs, housing costs, electricity, all those kind of things are going up as well. But that is a good indication, I think, of the value that our students are getting as we go forward. So in the remainder of your slide deck, Madam Chair, we've got, I think, again, efforts at individual schools over trying to use their philanthropic donors to help the gap. I don't want to imply that our students get everything they need. We know their needs there. We know their gaps. We've calculated that. And we've got individual institutions that are shown in that remainder of that slide deck of what they're doing individually, as well as we've made a big effort at our University System Foundation generally, USG-wide, to raise money for student needs as well, going back to the campuses where they can deploy those for worthy students who just really need a little help. Sometimes it's as little as $300 or $500 because we know that students who get stopped out financially are less likely to graduate. And they contribute to that group of 1.4 million Georgians who have some college and a lot of debt and no degree. And that's not something you can put on your resume. Well, I spent a semester at University of Georgia. Your employer doesn't want to know that. They want to know if you graduated and got a degree. And so that's why that is important. But you can see in the rest of that what these individual institutions, both large and small, are doing in that way. And I'll call attention to slide 28, where we're doing through philanthropic needs. The gala that we had a few weeks ago raised over $4 million. Truist Bank was a great contributor, $2 million of that, to, again, deploy that in our needs-based scholarship. They've got some strings attached. It's just not a handout. There are either work or requirements or volunteer requirements or requirements there on campus in that regard, as well as a minimal grade point average that continues. So the Georgia Dream Scholarship, we're basically through philanthropic efforts doing our very best to provide that gap funding for many of our students in that way. You all have also sponsored the Georgia College Completion Grant, which I want to recognize and thank you all for that. Established 2 years ago with $10 million in funding, and I appreciate Chairman Martin continue to be a huge sponsor and work in that regard for that. So in FY25, I think we got that on slide 30, I think. There you go. That $7.7 million was awarded to almost 7,000 students, and then 8.1 in FY '26. So that's also a critical program for our completion that way. So I've droned on here, Madam Chair. I'll be happy to stop here at this point and answer any questions, or again, continue to get you the answers for the various questions that your committee has.
Thank you, Chancellor Perdue, and I want to welcome Senator Davenport, who has joined us as well, and ask for any questions from our panel.
Question?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, let's flesh out, again, part of the cost of attendance is living, cost of living. A large part of that is housing and food services. And it's subject to the inflationary trends that we are experiencing nationally. How have the students' expectations changed over the years in what they expect from housing or expect from food service?
Well, Senator, I imagine if you go back to the dorm room you first attended.
It was Towers 301. It's on top of the expressway. No air conditioning and bunk beds. Okay.
Now the expectation is a little bit more than that. We want individual rooms, and we want individual baths, no community showers going on that way. So, as I said, the Fieldhouse example is, as we looking to recruit students to our universities and provide them those expectations have gone up significantly.
And that drives housing cost up?
No doubt. Absolutely.
I think part of the challenge is the educational component of cost, and then the living component of cost. And I'd like to make sure we understand those two pieces of the challenge. And I think from a tuition direct fee perspective, your slides would indicate that we've maintained, I believe, 0 tuition increases for 4 of the last 5 years.
7 out of the last
7
10.
of the last 10. And so what we're seeing in cost increases is maybe on the other side, maybe on the living side.
That would be my point, yes. I think the state has done essentially a good job as far as the educational component. We obviously are not in control of the other living type expenses that way.
But you as a system and as an institution have to provide those in order for the students to have accommodations and to have services. And then that puts you, if you're having to add capacity, you're having to add debt load for those additional facilities, which is again at the market.
And I think you're pointing out the fact that the national conversation about the cost of college includes that, which the cost of living, and that's why I was saying that 18-year-old still going costs are increasing if they're home and don't go to college in that way. So that we get lumped into that. That's why I wanted, and you've picked up on the differentiation of what this state has provided for the content of education and the things that we have less control over, being those living expenses, is still inflationary.
I agree. And I think I have heard parents come to me and say, I'm not going to have my child live in a dorm room.
Yeah.
And if they can't have their own suite or their own private bath or their own whatever, I'm going to go somewhere else. Is that not?
Absolutely. That's the competitive nature we're in.
Yeah. So I think part of what I'd like for the community to understand is cost of education, the actual tuition and fees associated with the delivery of a degree, perhaps, and then the cost of living associated with the living expenses during that period of time. And I would suggest that the faster I can get someone through their educational component, the lower the overall cost of their education.
And that's why, since you mentioned it to me, I think a year or so ago on our 3-year graduation rate, we're beginning to measure 3-year graduation rates as well, because that lowers the overall cost. The other thing that I know I've talked to you all about is that Georgia Degrees pay. What is the value? We're really diving down deep in the return on investment. Education is an investment in oneself, something that can't be taken away. But what is that return? We're trying to communicate to our students what their potential earning power is over any kind of degree course, so they can make choices. Not that somebody wouldn't want to get an art history degree in that way, but they need to be familiar with what the potential economic returns are in that way, and that's what we're hoping to get, or helping them to get more information about all the time.
I appreciate the no more, borrow less. I think that's an important conversation to have with students. I think many times that students, especially entry-level students at our state colleges, they don't differentiate between a grant and a loan. And unfortunately, that debt accrues, and they're not even conscious that that debt is accruing. And we're faced with the challenge of, at the end of the day, trying to reconcile how they're going to repay the debt. I also want to thank you, because I think one of the most important things we can do is connect Georgia's workforce needs with our educational preparation, and the fact that the USG has moved toward identifying areas that are high demand, high need, and encouraging, not requiring certainly, but encouraging people to consider those as options makes a big difference for our state.
Well, our other system has taught us a lot in that. Our technical college system has taught us a lot about how we need to be more nimble and responsive to the workforce needs of a four-year degree and postgraduate degree in that regard. I want to make sure, though, as we close, that we also understand there's still a gap to some degree, and we are doing our best philanthropically to fill that gap here. You've got some examples that way in your slide deck. But I appreciate the fact of the recognition that the things that we cannot control, those expectations and the cost of living, have been inflationary. But we are doing, I think, a job that you all ought to be proud of based on the Department of Audit's report over the cost of tuition in that regard.
Chancellor, I had a few more inquiries I want to make. Do you have the demographics of students that are getting the Hope and Zell Miller, and how that compares to the general demographics of high school graduates?
I think those were the questions that we're researching right now. We've got all those questions, and which were pretty significant, and we want to get you the facts there, and we'll have for the committee before you all finish the answer to those questions.
Well, nationally, states devote an average of 74% of their financial aid to students to need-based aid. And the numbers show that we're spending 1% of our aid money on need-based programs.
I can't confirm it's the 1%. I think with what you see here and what we're doing, I don't know how old that statistics are in that regard, whether that's public or private or collectively together. But that's one of the reasons we're working very hard to raise money individually, these institutions, through donors and others, as well as our foundation.
And that does not address the state commitment.
That's correct.
That's
correct.
Important to point out. And even if you count all of the non-Hope, non-Miller programs in Georgia as need-based, we're falling very short. Whichever numbers you use, it's a 90-10 imbalance. 90% to merit-based, 10% to needs-based, or a 1%. Yeah. If you look at how we compare to the other states, and with North Carolina and states right around us, they're far exceeding what we're doing, and I think we need to measure ourselves by that. Our region, the states that we compete with for students, and what they're doing versus what we're doing on needs-based. And you and I knew Hank Huckabee for more years than we can count. And when he held the position as chancellor, he said the biggest game changer that we could make in Georgia on educating the next generation is to invest in needs-based aid program that's universal and available based on need.
I think from a public perspective and acceptance, Senator, I think one of the things this committee could help to do is recognize needs-based, not a handout. We put some guardrails around our philanthropic effort over our foundation. We want the students to have some skin in the game as well. And I think, again, when we define needs-based, not just what we're seeing unfortunately, with some of the, some people have gained the Pell system, and we're left holding the bag. The federal government requires if a student applies for a Pell, they get an award, then get a check for those things that are not spent there, and then they leave. The USG has to pay that back to the federal government. So I think, again, one of the things that would maybe provide broader acceptance of your colleagues would be defining some parameters around needs-based in that regard, where we could feel like the students have skin in the game as far as contribution as well. Many, many, many of them do.
Yeah,
But,
they really do, don't they?
understand.
It's the
Yeah.
picture of somebody that works, that's been working to contribute to their family income since they entered their teenage years, and are going to continue to work and study and do their best to. But we've got a big population that. And I get this from the college counselors at the high school level. They're seeing students that could be in college, should be in college, want to be in college, but they can't fill that gap between the cost of being in college and what their family can afford.
The other thing you all may want to consider is how, from a state's perspective, I'm not sure I'm all the way to mandatory FAFSA. But the other thing, how can we get our FAFSA completion rates up as well to let them know the things they can take benefit of in that way for those who have needs.
Yeah, well, I certainly would agree with that. But the college cost is the number one reason that students cite as to why they, as you were referencing, they don't get to the end. They don't get to the end, and we're putting in, relative to other states, very tiny assistance with the dollars to make it possible for these students to enter and go all the way through. So I appreciate the steps that have been made, and we never overlook. And you and I were here when Zell put in his Hope Scholarship
Right.
program, and it's been tweaked up and down. But I think the holdings over at the lottery are creating in the reserve fund about about $113 million a year in interest. We could look over there and do a heck of a lot to change our numbers on helping students with high needs.
We presented that idea to the Office of Planning and Budget last year.
Did you hear that? I'm so glad that you shared that. And where are we with that?
Well, you need to talk with them.
Audits and budgets, huh?
A question?
Yeah, I know, OPD, yes.
Quick question.
Oh, yes. Mr.
Does
Chairman.
the USG accept HOPE grants?
Not Hope grants in the same sense as the TCSG.
Well, I think so, but would there be programs in the USG that would be HOPE grant
We
eligible?
would welcome the exploration of that, yes.
I'm just saying, and I know we get into a conversation about whether that's really a need or a merit
Right.
option, but I just wondered if the USG had programs that were HOPE grant eligible.
Well, the way Hope was set up was you had the Hope Scholarship, then you had the grants for the TCSG. We're going to hear from them shortly, and then pre-K. Let me recognize Senator Davenport.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning, Chancellor. One of the things I just don't see need-based as being handouts. I just have something against that because I think students are really wanting to go to an institution of higher learning and get a good education. And I see the housing piece and the total tuition, I see all that together, basically. So my question to you, what is the gap between the cost of attendance at your UGA institutions, USG institutions, and the maximum Pell Grant? Because the Pell Grant is right there for students who need the funds, and in the state of Georgia, we have funds here. So what's the gap between that? Can you?
Actually, what we find is and I mentioned earlier, when students drop out, they take the money with them in that way. So they're on the Pell, the cost of living from room and boarding and tuition. I can get that number for you. I don't have it on the tip of my tongue here today as far as that gap. It varies from institution to institution, though. As you saw with our different sectors, it may be different at Georgia Tech or University of Georgia versus South Georgia College in Douglas, Georgia.
Okay, and you know, I'm just amazed at when I go to private institutions and state institutions at graduations, the number of students that raise their hands when they're asked how many are first generation students. So, and the number is just astronomical. The number of students that are first generation, and people are saying they really want to go to college, but it's not affordable. And I see need-based as us helping. And if our numbers are down for need-based and we have so much for merit, I just think we need to raise that.
Well, the point you mentioned about the first generation, I think you'd be, if you went to our college campuses and looked at the convocation and asked them first generation, it is literally amazing when we do that. I think that's a point of pride here. Are we reaching everybody? No. Are some still unavailable and don't think they can go? But there again, that's what this Georgia Match program, a lot of times they may have had a 7th grade teacher that said, you're not college material. So some of it is financial. I'm going to dismiss that as well. But a lot of it is cultural and expectation. The parents haven't had an expectation that that would happen as well. So what we want to work on is really all of those things, as well as the financial needs-based part of that as well.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions and comments? Well, we want to thank you very much, and I look forward to getting more information from you. You said you all are
We
continuing
have those
to.
specific questions, and we're trying to get you the real facts.
The setting that we're in, you know, on the federal level, is that there's a, I think, more than an expectation, there's an understanding that we are going to get less federal support for education. Right now, just this month, the administration cut $350 million in funding for minority-serving institutions, and that hits right at some of our important institutions across the state that are serving students. So my question to you is, isn't this, given the federal level dynamics which we don't control, this could be the opportunity and the moment in time with our surplus and with our interest on our reserve fund for the lottery. Isn't there a fair argument to be made that now's the time for us to move towards Georgia catching up on
I think one
filling
of the
these
concerns,
gaps?
you asked about OPB earlier. I think one of their concerns is really sustainability. I think, again, the ongoing cost of starting a program and whether we have an endowment type of situation that could be used that way. I think that's one of the concerns. I think Governor Kemp, obviously, even during good budget times, is a fiscal conservative that doesn't want to lay something out here for future. And to his credit, many times when people leave public office of a term like that, they'll lay out things that sounds really good from a press release, but their successors have to pay for in that way. And I think he's very mindful of the fact of that. But I think the wisdom of this committee hopefully can figure out a way we can do that and create something that is sustainable for the state of Georgia. These bubble up days won't always be here with a surplus. It may be a good time to start, but is it something we can continue like we have the Hope Scholarship?
Well, Georgia's economy, it moves forward and grows, and we continue to attract a population and business. And to it's almost it's just an embarrassment, I would think, for those of us, that are engaged in policy and funding and leadership of our higher ed institutions, that we have an embarrassing shortfall compared to the states around us, and compared to the national numbers on need-based. And it's understandable that we started with hope. It's been a glorious success and been modeled all over the country. We can pat ourselves on the back for that forever, and it's easy to understand in that, with that wonderful program, not paying enough attention to needs-based and to that demographic, huge slice of students that the college counselors in the high schools tell me they're missing the opportunity to go to college because it's the challenge is so great for these needs-based students, and comparing ourselves to the rest of the states, we're at either, depending on how you want to look at the numbers, 1% of our tuition aids going for needs-based, or 10%, but neither of those figures can we be proud of, can we?
I like the fact that you reference the growing economy. We like to think that higher education has been a big part of that, fueling the talent flow that these companies are looking for.
It's important.
Right.
And we have workforce shortages in every single one of our agencies. That's not news to any of us that sit in these seats. Any other closing ideas y'all want to share with the chancellor before he leaves?
Again, a question, what does Georgia invest per student FTE?
What is what?
How much does Georgia invest per full-time equivalent FTE for students in Georgia?
I think there was a slide on
That's
that.
what I was looking for. Would you
Yeah.
find that slide? I just want to. So that's the trend in Georgia. Is that not right?
Yeah, CPI adjusted, I think it was $94.
But my point is how much does Georgia, the state of Georgia, invest in a student FTE?
That is.
Is that it?
I think that's our state funding per FTE on that slide. It's number 12.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to look for. And then this is Georgia, so 12 is Georgia. How does that relate to our peers, do we know?
Well, that was kind of the question you asked earlier, that we'll have to get
Have to look at
that
that.
comparative information from you.
I keep trying to understand whether or not Georgia is investing in students.
I think the overall numbers indicate that we are sixth lowest in the country, third in SREB. I think it's a story we're proud of. As the chair is talking about, are we doing for everybody, and are there gaps? Certainly.
We do.
You're going to continue to push forward on that.
I'm sorry.
You're going to continue to push forward on this, the need-based.
I think, again, we are the receivers, not the funders. So
I know, but
I've never known anybody in academia who couldn't use more money.
That's right, and our investment has dropped from 75% to 54% on the state level. So you're in a wonderful position to help move us forward, Chancellor.
Well, we're gonna have
And we could call it the Hank the Hank initiative after our dear departed Hank Huckabee. Thank you very much.
Thank you much, Chair. Thank you, committee.
thank you.
We look forward to getting the further information and appreciate your sharing your time and talent with us, Chancellor Perdue. I'd like to call to the table Commissioner Greg Dozier, recognizing him as our Technical College System of Georgia. Heading that up now for how long, Greg?
Yeah, almost 6 years.
Oh, my
It's,
goodness.
Time
You might
flies.
stick around. You might decide you like it.
Yeah.
Well, welcome. Thanks for your leadership.
Thank you.
And your long service in your long tenure in public service.
Thank you.
We've known each other with many hats on, and that's the case.
That's right. That's right. And it was a blessing to start many, many years ago working in the legislative budget office for you guys. So it was kind of neat to meet you back, over 30 years ago.
Right, and break bread over there at the Southern Regional Education Board.
Yes, and thank you to yourself and Chairman Burns for
That's
being
right.
there.
That's right.
Great representation for the state, and we are proud. Thank you for inviting us to speak today, and obviously, as you look at needs-based and how that looks, we're here today presenting kind of what the cost of TCSG is, and we feel like it's very affordable, but there's always opportunity. And so we'll present some data today. You have some other questions that, like the Chancellor, will have to follow up and get you some additional information. But hopefully today gives you a good feel for where we are as a system. Real quickly, the first couple of slides are just an overview. Just wanted you to kind of see your technical college and what it kind of impacts. We, years ago under Zell Miller, tried to have at least a college campus. Maybe it's a small storefront campus, maybe it's a large one, within a 30-mile radius of every citizen of the state. So when you look at this, we have 22 colleges, 88 campuses, 35 career centers.
And this is in everybody's
Yes.
folder. Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And 3 quick start training facilities. I think the neat thing that a lot of times when we just look at our technical colleges, we forget the footprint that your technical college system as a whole has across the state. When you look at it, we do that through these 5 pillars. And when you look at the numbers served, we served over 588,000 people last year. Today, we'll specifically look at that green area. The dark green area is where the actual credit programs are, and that's what we're kind of talking about today. But I did want you to see kind of how it works together for the workforce of the future. The orange area is Quick Start, served a little over 60,000 folks in there. The dark blue is economic development. What that is that's on our college campuses, but it's actually a cost recovery program. Folks coming in doing continuing ed, or a industry that's hiring us to actually train specific skills for that industry specifically. The yellow area is our Title II money that comes from the feds and a little bit from state, and that's our adult learning program. We served right around 30,000, a little over that, individuals last year. And then the other area is our employment services, the light blue. That's your WIOA funding, your Title I money that comes down to the state for those that are underemployed or unemployed, to get them training, to get a skill, to get employed. It also includes some of the one-stop shops services such as resume writing, the job portal, and other things. So when we look at the totality of TCSG and how we're helping folks, it's a pretty big swath across the state. But today we'll focus mainly on that dark green area because that's where the credit side of the house sits, and that's where Hope Scholarship and other funding mechanisms supports our students. In that area that I just mentioned, wanted to look at how we've done the last couple of years. Very proud of our system. When we hit COVID back in 2020, we have, for the first time, had seen a slight increase in enrollment in our traditional students. These numbers include our traditional students and our dual enrollment students. Most of the growth TCSG had experienced up to 2020 had been dual enrollment, as this state had embraced that, and it's a great thing, especially based on what we're talking about today. When you're trying to get folks out of college quicker, into the workforce sooner, at a lesser cost, dual enrollment is playing a big factor in that. But like I said, in 2020, we saw our first increase in traditional students. 2021 shows the impact of COVID. We dropped. It was about a 9% decrease, but we've recovered since then. 2023 started our incline, and I believe that's because of the great decisions of you guys and the governor, how we really managed the state through COVID. Our system rebounded quicker than other states. So getting folks the skills to get back to work, we really showed an increase when most states in 23 were still declining. We had a 3% incline in credit hours. I talk about credit hours, that's how y'all fund it. This is head count that you see, so if you do the numbers, it may not match up exactly. But on credit hours, we had a 3% increase in 23. In 24, we had a 10.6% increase. And this year, when I come to you in session based on our formula funding, I'll be presenting a 9.4% increase for 25. The exciting thing is we're just about closing fall this year, very close to it, and we're going to be right at a 9% increase again this year. So our numbers as far as folks being prepared for the workforce continues to grow, and we're continuing to meet needs across this state for individuals who are looking for high-paid jobs as well as industry that has openings. So very, very exciting times for your technical college right now, and it really plays into the discussion today. You asked about cost. We are very proud. The chancellor made a comment about that he has an institution that's right at the same cost, and he's accurate. $105, I believe, is what he presented. My belief is he has two of those institutions that are $105. Our system as a whole, all 22 colleges, all 88 campuses, has a standard tuition rate. It's at $107 per credit hour. When you look at that, one of the questions the committee had asked was, how's that increased? Just to let you know, that in the last 10 years, that went from $88, had two increases, and is now at $107, just to let you know where tuition was and where it is today. An incredible value, though, when you look at what we're getting. We're still one of the lowest in the nations. Average credit hours, 12 is a full-time caseload. Our average student takes around 8. That's because most of our students are working while they come to college. That's what we see in most of them. When you look at just the cost of completion, which was one of your questions, cost of completion here is a range. And the reason is if you look at our technical certificate pathway, that can be one semester to get a technical certificate, or it can be up to a year and a half, depending on the technical certificate you get. So that cost range from $2,400 to $7,300. The next level up is a diploma. That typically takes about a year to a year and a half to get the diploma. It costs anywhere from $7,900 to $12,200. And then the 2-year pathway, as you know, your technical college system can offer anything that is a 2-year associate degree and below. So that's the highest level of education we teach, is $12,260 for that 2-year pathway that someone takes. Now, how are students laid out? I just have two small numbers, but I'll extrapolate on them a little bit. Out of that 150-something thousand students that you saw, 41,637 are on Hope Scholarship. And that cuts across all, Hope total. Hope Scholarship, Hope Grant, Zell Scholarship, Zell Grant. Our students qualify for all of the Hope opportunities. And so
And they may qualify.
may qualify for all of them. Thank you, Chairperson.
Would they all qualify for Hope grants?
Not all, but most will.
Most would, and then if their merit warrants it, they could do a Hope Scholarship or a Zell Scholarship. Is that
That's
correct?
right. So it's different. You know, the Hope Grant is for a technical certificate.
That's right.
Yep.
So if I come in and I want to do a certificate pathway, then I qualify for the Hope Grant. It is a 2.0 GPA to qualify for that Hope Grant. I also then, if I pick one of the 18 high-demand pathways, I qualify on top of the Hope Grant, the Hope Career Grant. The Hope Grant pays 100% tuition. The Hope Career Grant pays 100% books and fees and any other expense. So inside that 18 career paths, there's another some 400 programs or so. So when you hear 18, I don't want you to just think 18. You know, you're talking about industrial maintenance that has a ton of different programs underneath it. And so if I come in and I'm doing a certificate pathway, I can qualify, depending on that 2.0 GPA, for 100% funded tuition. Now, if I come in and say I want to do the 2-year associate's degree pathway, that falls outside of the Hope Grant. That falls into the typical Hope Scholarship and the Zell Miller Scholarship. Both of those are at 100% right now because this body funded that. But at different times, that has fluctuated. At different times, it was as low as 76% on regular Hope for us at one point, and 100% obviously for Zell. Now both of them are 100% funded if a student qualifies for that Hope Scholarship or Zell Scholarship.
Can I start as a certificate student and then transition to an associate?
Yes, and we advise folks to do that. If they come in, and I had a young man in my home community the other day that wants to come to us and did. Actually, it wasn't the other day. It was 2 years ago now because he's graduated. He wanted to come to North Georgia Tech and work on welding. His parents wanted him to have the 2-year associate's degree. It was very confusing, but we were able to navigate it that if you're wanting it to be 100% funded, you've got to start on the technical certificate pathway. Once you exhaust all the technical certificate pathways, transition into the 2-year associate degree pathway, and then Hope Scholarship picks up. The difficult thing is we do navigate, and our counselors work really hard at that. There's different levels of math and English for those two pathways. So if a student doesn't know that on the front end like this one, they do risk having to take an additional math or English on the back end if they transition that. But absolutely, yes, sir. The other part of that is our students do qualify for Pell. You had asked a question to the chancellor about how much they would qualify for. Obviously, it's a different range based on the individual, but it would be around $7,500 per student on Pell. As you know, Pell can cover whatever costs are not covered by, if you're a Hope Scholar or not a Hope Scholar, whatever that cost of education is, but it also goes toward housing and other living expenses if you're not using it. So we have about 5,700 students on Pell as well. If you look globally at our system, of the 160,000 students, we have around 76.9% of our students are on some type of financial aid. Now, that may include some smaller areas that I haven't mentioned so far. So you guys a couple of years ago passed legislation that started in the Senate, actually, that someone who is aging out of DFACS can come to the technical college free of cost. So we have some students now that are on that. Not many yet. That's growing as we get that out. So someone who ages out of foster care can come to your technical college free of cost. We also have local, and the chancellor, if I remember right, they call theirs the Dream Scholarship. We have the Last Mile Scholarship. It was started many, many years ago. Each college, that's their number one fundraising. So all 22 colleges and system office have a foundation. And majority of their fundraising goes toward last mile, and that's gap funding. So we have somewhere around 10,000 students that are either getting some kind of gap funding, some type of local scholarship, some type of industry scholarship that's on top of the numbers that you see right here. And so around 76% of our students are on some type of financial aid, and about 24% of our students are self-paying it. And self-paying comes in so many different avenues that I can't really define. Is that really them paying out of pocket? Is that an industry that's paying it for them but not through a scholarship that we're tracking? But that gives you a feeling of our students kind of where it falls. Yes.
Do
You want to be recognized?
please, I'm sorry, Madam Chair. Thank you. Do your students qualify for Pell loans as well?
I don't know. I'll be honest with you. Mark, do you know? And I hate to ask that, but I hate to answer something wrong. I want to say yes, but I don't know.
Bring the folks.
I know.
I believe they do, yes, sir, they do qualify.
Thank you.
Do we have a, Madam Chair,
Yes.
if I may? Do we know how many students take out both, have received both Pell grants and take out Pell loans? And then at what
We can get that
level
for
of
you.
debt?
Yeah, we can get that for you. I can tell you, and I think it's different. We only have 6 colleges that offer student loans.
6?
Yep. So that's a college by college decision, and so we do have 6 that offer that. If you look at
6 colleges that offer,
student loans.
the loan program.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
And of those 6, and I got a slide that has the 6 on it in a minute, but of those 6, you range from about 15 million outstanding on those student loans down to a little over $1.5 million for the smallest of the 6. I think Atlanta Tech had the 15 million when you look at outstanding, and Georgia Northwestern up in that Rome area, that college had the least at 1.5 million. I believe Gwinnett Tech was right there at the high level with Atlanta Tech, to give you an idea. More the metropolitan area, you have more loans. When you look at the Hope Career Grant, we mentioned this earlier, but just to let you see how many folks are truly taking advantage of free education. Those 18 high demand career pathways I mentioned, 23,000 graduates and 37,000 awards for AY24. So very, very proud that if someone who qualifies for that Hope Grant and goes into a high-demand career pathway, they have free education, and those are all well-paying jobs. When you look at all 18 pathways, the return on investment is just incredible, but it's totally free to those students.
And that's merit-based, isn't it?
So it does have a 2.0 requirement for the Hope Grant out of high school. Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chair,
Oh, yes.
what is the graduation requirement for a high school student in Georgia?
You're asking me?
I'm
Who
asking
you
the
asking?
committee, or I'm asking the commissioner. What's the requirement to graduate from high school in Georgia?
I don't know. You talking about GPA,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman? I don't know the answer. If I can have a lifeline, somebody in the audience maybe can tell
Anybody
me.
got a lifeline? My humble understanding is it's 2.0.
Okay.
All right, so that any high school graduate in Georgia could qualify for a Hope Grant.
You can also qualify after you enroll at that 30, 60, 90 credit hour pathway. Now, a lot of those TCCs aren't that long, so you'd have to be doing one that's long enough to qualify.
trying to
But you
understand.
could qualify. These are the 6 colleges I mentioned that have student loans. Atlanta Tech, Central Georgia Tech down in Macon, Georgia Northwestern, West Georgia, Southern Crescent, and Gwinnett Tech. And then just the last slide I have is just a reminder of the success of a student that comes to us. We really believe, and shame on me, I usually start with our mission vision because I truly believe in it. Our mission is to make sure Georgia has a globally competitive workforce. As we bring in an industry, we want to make sure that our folks that are graduating from the technical college can perform the job that our industries need. But the real important part, and where it really hits and connects to this, is our vision says we want every citizen in Georgia to have the opportunity for economic prosperity. We believe at the technical college system we do that by providing the skill to get that job that changes their life. When you look at the placement rate, 99%, infield placement rate, meaning if I come in and I learn welding, I come in and learn a healthcare trade, I'm staying in that trade when I graduate and making the money. And then 78% of our students graduate when they come to us. So when we get them, we make sure they get through it. And so high return on those students that make it to us. We're having great success on getting students to us. Georgia Match has had a big effect on that. We saw a 26% increase in applications the first year of Georgia Match, and last year we saw, I'm going to miss this, I think it was 16 or 17% increase in applications. And so as we continue in this state to push the matching up of a job with the education, the end result's right there. People are getting high-paid jobs, changing themselves, their family, and their community. And I think it plays right into the questions you're asking, Chairperson O'Fork. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. This goes back a ways, but I would be interested to know the impact of the Hope Grant on what are their measurables once that Hope Grant kicked in?
Mhm.
You know, and what was the first year? Was 93 or?
Yeah, I can't recall. I'd have to go look.
It was in Zell's first 2 years of his first term.
Right.
Right. And seeing the difference that money infused and creating this broadly available pathway to higher ed.
I agree. Right.
Post-secondary education opportunities.
I think
It'd be very interesting to see what was the result of that infusion of state dollars
Right.
into the path that the technical school system
Yep.
took with that very significant infusion of those funds.
So a little offshoot from what I believe you're asking, but it came up with Chancellor. First-generation students. I believe the technical college has truly been a pathway for folks who weren't sure that higher education was for them and the opportunity was there and affordability. So I'm very thankful for what this state did, creating a system that provides affordability to some degree for our citizens. Last year, about 40% of our students were first-generation students. I do think over time you're seeing that change. I think that's a good and bad thing. Let me say why I say that. It's a good thing in that your technical college is becoming a first choice for all students, I believe. And so we're actually being, any student that's graduating, we've got several valedictorians this year that are attending your technical college system. And so I believe at one point we may have been a last choice, and now I believe we're becoming a first choice. But even being a first choice, 40% of our students are first-generation college students, which really tells you you're changing families, you're changing communities, you're really doing something special.
And it's accurate to say that the technical college system in our state gets significant infusion of state dollars
Yes, ma'am.
to increase the quality of what you're able to offer, but and bring large numbers of students in. It makes the case for funding post-secondary opportunities for at-need students, students with high means, low and average income students. If they're flooding into your institutions, and there's a financial pathway to get enrolled and moving forward.
Yes, ma'am.
And to me, it makes the case of what a difference it makes to put in public dollars that opens the doors post-secondary learning.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for your support and everyone's
Yeah.
support on this.
And so looking and see what the uptick was.
I will.
The day that those HOPE grants hit the ground on the institutional, because I know his Zell's vision was to have a technical school within 100 miles of any Georgian. Was that
30 miles.
30 miles.
30 miles.
30 miles. What about? There's too many numbers floating around.
Yes.
But the intentionality and the funding behind the intentionality to open the doors, I think would be, tells an important story about why needs-based funding is a game changer.
And I'll just add on to that. I think the brilliance of the state, whether we realize it or not, since I wasn't around back in 1986 in creating the Department of Technical and Adult Education at that time and bringing in the technical colleges from each local community to have a global look at what needs are across the state and combine that with what you just asked me with in '93. So going from '86 to launching an agency, really didn't launch it till '88, '89, and then having the HOPE hit in '93. You just look at a true game changer for this state. Really was.
It could be a model for how we do another game changer.
Yes, ma'am.
When we can expand our needs-based funding to begin to aspire to what other states are doing. Committee members, yes.
Are y'all participating in that through the Department of Corrections and training any of their inmates?
Yes, sir. We actually have the contract with Department of Corrections to offer both technical training across the system as well as coming in and doing the GED testing along with some learning for adult education. So we're very, very proud of that. I can't tell you the numbers today. I can tell you when I had the honor to lead Department of Corrections, we actually, that last year I was at Corrections, we administered 15,000 technical certificates across the Department of Corrections. We also had 3,000 GED graduates across the Department of Corrections. Very, very blessed with the partnership with TCSG. Through COVID, those numbers are down. I can't tell you what they are today. But through COVID, I don't think we've gotten back up to those levels. But obviously, that's where we're both pushing toward.
That's right. You left there at what, in 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
Uh-huh.
Yes, ma'am.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I was just curious about that program, if it was still going. I just
It
hadn't
is.
heard anything about it or the success of it or
Yep.
anything.
Just to give you an idea, Central Georgia Tech has the main contract across all prisons to offer technical training. Wiregrass Technical College has a lot of the classroom-type training, such as OSHA and other things. And then each of your local colleges work with the county camps that house state inmates and have individual contracts at the local level to offer welding and other things. So we still push that greatly, and it's still a focus of ours.
One other question, if I might.
Oh, yes, Senator.
Thank you. I've been talking to state properties about rehabbing some of their buildings on the Millersville Central State campus, and one particular building in particular is not that old, but it just needs some revamping, cleaning up, and would that be something that the vocational school could work on through the HVAC or electrician, some of their programs, or is that something that could be in their training?
So we typically don't go out to facilities and
Okay.
do that, but we do I forget what we call it now, but if you had something you wanted to bring to the college,
Okay.
the students do, and it's based on what the actual cost is of the thing.
Okay.
But we typically don't go out to facilities and rehab. Department of Corrections used to. I don't know if they still have a team, but we used to go out at Department of Corrections. And for example, the arts facility down in Monticello, the old high school, Department of Corrections and inmate crew actually did the renovation on that facility. I cannot testify today that they still do that. I do not know.
Okay.
But there may be some opportunities there. Love to talk to you and further kind of chase that and see what there is.
Right, because it would be state property that they would be going to, so it wouldn't be private property is the reason I was asking.
Right.
But thank you very much.
Yep.
Thank you.
Any more questions for the commissioner? Appreciate your leadership and your information that you've provided, and we'll continue to stay in touch with you and your staff.
Well, we look forward to working with the committee, and whatever you need, please ask. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have, as our third presenter today, we're happy to welcome Ms. Jenna Colvin, the president of Georgia Independent College Association,
Yes, ma'am.
familiarly known as GICA.
Or
And you-
GICA.
That's
We
right.
say all the letters.
All right. That's helpful information. You're starting on a very helpful note.
I'm going to try and be helpful.
GICA, yeah.
Try and be helpful the whole day.
Thank you so much. And you can proceed, and I know you have your guest from Andrew.
Thank you.
The leader there.
Well, good morning, Madam Chairman, members of the committee, and distinguished guests. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and for your leadership in taking a clear-eyed look at college affordability in Georgia. I've got 30 slides, and I'm going to try and go through them. But affordability isn't just about price. It's about choice, access, and the ability of all Georgians, regardless of zip code or income, to pursue life-changing education. This map shows GICA's colleges throughout the state. We include 24 private nonprofit colleges and universities across Georgia. These schools differ in size and location and denomination, but they share a common origin and a common purpose. They were founded by preachers and pioneers, men and women driven not by funding, but by faith and conviction. Long before the interstates or the internet, they built colleges that stretch across the four corners of Georgia, from mountain towns to rural crossroads. And their mission was clear: to educate minds, shape hearts, and form character for lives of service, leadership, and purpose. Many of the colleges welcomed students who were ignored elsewhere: women, African Americans, and rural Georgians, not to make a statement, but to live out their calling. And that legacy continues today. GICA colleges are rooted in Christian values, governed independently, and committed to students who want more than a credential. They are students looking for a purpose, and they find it on campuses where intellect and faith can be cultivated together. What makes these institutions indispensable, especially now, is what has always set them apart. Caring campuses where students are known by name, faculty who invest in the whole student, and campuses marked by innovation where students learn by doing, lead through service, and are prepared to thrive in a rapidly changing world. So while confidence in some colleges may be waning, Georgia's independent colleges offer something unique: education that is personal, principled, and proven. Unlike my colleagues you just heard from, I don't oversee the colleges. GICA is a voluntary association, and to be a member of GICA, a college must be private, nonprofit, based in Georgia, fully accredited by SACS COC, and offer more than 10 undergraduate programs of study. These are not elite enclaves. They are mission-driven colleges serving students from all walks of life, and they play an essential role in the state's higher education ecosystem. One of the most powerful tools for college affordability is the federal Pell Grant. It supports students from low-income families, most with household incomes under $30,000. In 2022, more than 200,000 Pell Grants were awarded to students in Georgia. At GICA colleges, on average, 40% of first-time full-time students receive the Pell Grant. But the program only works if the students access it, and right now, billions of dollars in Pell Grants go unclaimed each year due to low FAFSA completion rates, as the Chancellor mentioned. Improving FAFSA completion is one of the most direct ways we can expand access to college without impacting the Georgia budget. This slide shows the estimated unclaimed Pell Grant dollars by state. The darker the blue, the more money left on the table from that state. Georgia ranks 9th in the nation for unclaimed Pell Grant funding, with more than $136 million in Pell Grant funding left on the table in a single year. No doubt, there are dedicated organizations across the state working hard to improve FAFSA completion rates. But one structural difference between Georgia and other states is how we approach FAFSA filing. Several states have moved from an opt-in model to an opt-out requirement where students are automatically expected to complete the FAFSA unless they formally decline. Additionally, at the federal level, we're tracking on recent activity that could impact college affordability. The reconciliation package passed this summer eliminated the Grad Plus loan program and capped the Parent Plus program. These changes will no doubt push more students into the private lending market, but many low-income families could be priced out or not qualify at all. Additionally, the federal work-study program is also at risk. Recent budgets, the last three, have included deep cuts or zeroed out funds to a program that provides aid to low-income students working on campus. At the state level, students who earn Hope and Zell Miller scholarships can apply those to tuition at GICA colleges. In addition to Hope and Zell, students attending GICA colleges also receive the Tuition Equalization Grant. More than 50 years ago, Georgia voters approved a constitutional amendment allowing direct aid to students at private colleges. Originally, the TEG award equaled 75% of the tuition and fees at the University of Georgia. Over time, the value of the award has remained mostly flat, without any tie to UGA tuition or to an index for inflation.
Could you repeat that?
That it's remained relatively flat without a tie to the UGA tuition or inflation index. So, for example, had the original ratio of 75% of the tuition and fees at UGA remained, the current award would equal $8,400 per year. Today, it's $1,150, and that's with budget increases for the last 4 years. Nevertheless, that is a vital source of support for over 26,000 Georgians. This chart from Georgia Student Finance shows that GICA colleges are making completion grants available to a high percentage of Pell Grant recipients who are really close to the finish line. More than 80% of GICA's completion grant recipients go on to graduate, far exceeding the statewide average of 58%.
You say 80% who receive the completion grant go on
To
finish.
graduate, yes, which exceeds the statewide average of 58%.
Big difference.
Their top majors, nursing, biology, and business, fields directly aligned with Georgia's workforce priorities. Okay, so let's talk about college prices. You've seen the headlines, skyrocketing costs and crushing debt. It feels like that storyline is everywhere. But in my conversations, I've found that what people think they know about pricing at private colleges doesn't always line up with the reality. So I'm going to talk through a few things today that might challenge some assumptions and hopefully make the picture a little bit clearer. The data I'm going to share comes from a reliable national source. Each year, the College Board publishes trends in college pricing and student aid. The orange and blue charts that I'm going to show you in the following slides are pulled directly from that report. So we're going to start with two key definitions that come from IPEDS. Cost of attendance, sometimes referred to as the sticker price, includes tuition and fees, room and board, books, supplies, and living expenses. It reflects the total published costs of attending college for 1 year. Net price, on the other hand, is the average amount actually paid by first-time, full-time students after grant aid, which includes federal, state, and institutional funds, is subtracted from the sticker price.
These are important definitions to have our arms around. Thank you.
Understanding this difference between the two numbers is essential because while the sticker price is often what makes the headlines, it's the net price is an average number closer to what students actually pay, and that's a much more accurate reflection of affordability. This slide, the chart comes from the College Board report, and it illustrates the difference between the cost of attendance and the sticker price. The cost of attendance is the top line number in black. The net cost of attendance is about halfway down in gray. And here at the bottom, the light gray line is, you can see that after adjusting for inflation, the average net tuition and fees paid by first-time, full-time students at private nonprofit colleges fell from about $19,330 in 2006 to $16,510 in 2024. Net tuition, as opposed to net price, is an important comparator because students' living costs, including room and board, are generally similar, but depend more on the location of the college than the sector. So, while sticker prices may appear high, the actual cost to students is often significantly lower, especially at institutions that prioritize affordability through institutional aid. Now, when you hear that private colleges are awarding tens of thousands of dollars in institutional aid, it's fair to ask, are you just sitting on big piles of money over there? Do your students really need state support? And that's a reasonable question, but here's the reality. While some of the aid that we provide comes from endowment and donors, and Rusty will tell you he tries to raise it, most of it is coming from tuition we choose not to collect. This practice is called tuition discounting, and here's how it works. Colleges publish a sticker price, but most, nearly 90%, of first-time, full-time students don't pay that. Instead, they receive institutional grants and scholarships that reduce the cost. The discount rate reflects how much tuition revenue a college gives up in the form of aid. So, for example, if a college's sticker price is $50,000 and the college gives $20,000 in aid, the discount rate is 40%. This slide shows the historical trend of discounting over time. It's also important to understand the difference between funded and unfunded discounts. A funded discount is backed by an alternative financial resource, such as an endowment, a donor contribution, or a scholarship fund that is used to replace the lost revenue. An unfunded discount is not backed by an alternative funding source. Instead, the college is essentially choosing to forego a portion of the sticker price in order to make enrollment financially feasible for students. And here's an important structural distinction. Public colleges generally cannot engage in unfunded discounting. Tuition is set by its governing body, here the Board of Regents, and any reduction typically has to be covered by another source of funds. The way I think of it, the price is the price is the price. Private colleges, by contrast, have greater flexibility and often make aggressive use of unfunded discounts as a strategic tool to attract and enroll students, particularly in a competitive and cost-sensitive market. This slide includes some additional data from the Nukubo study on discounting. And so the national data shows that tuition discounting rates are rising, not because we have more money, but because the market demands it. Families are price sensitive, and private colleges are stretching to meet them where they are. This slide shows just how much institutional aid has grown and how central it has become to financing in higher education. If you look at the peach-colored section of the graph, that represents the institutional aid from the colleges themselves. And you can see how much it's expanded over time, now making up the largest share of grant aid to students nationwide. The national trends we've just reviewed, rising institutional aid and the growing gap between sticker price and net price, are clearly reflected in the data from GICA colleges. This slide shows the relationship between the average cost of attendance of $48,515 and the average net price, which is just over $24,500 for first-time full-time students at our colleges. This means, on average, students at GICA colleges are paying just over half of the total cost of attendance after grant aid is applied. This significant gap between sticker price and net price illustrates the impact of institutional aid and reinforces the point that GICA colleges are working hard to make private higher education financially accessible. This slide highlights a key part of the affordability story at our colleges. The average institutional aid award for first-time full-time students at GICA colleges is just over $22,000. For students that want to explore college costs through this lens by looking at net price data, that's available on the College Scorecard website maintained by the Department of Education. The department also makes colleges submit net price by family income ranges. And this is an important tool for families. So instead of relying on sticker prices, these income-based net price figures provide a more accurate picture of actual affordability for the different types of students. And I've included those breakdowns on this slide. So the graph on the right in this slide comes from the College Board report and shows what we've been talking about. Grants are up, that's the navy line, and loans, shown in orange, are down over the last 20 years. We've all heard the story that college costs are out of control. But here's the thing. When you look at these numbers, the story really starts to fall apart. This slide shows how sticker prices have changed over the last 30 years, broken into 10-year increments by sector. So if we start on the left, these bars show the percentage increases in published tuition and fees. The blue columns reflect the decades from 1994 to 2004 and from 2004 to 2014, periods of fairly significant growth. But the orange columns, the most recent decade, tell a different story. Growth has dramatically slowed across all sectors, and that's consistent with what the Chancellor mentioned this morning.
What did you say that again, Ms. Colvin? You said that.
So if we start at the three bars on the left for tuition and fees, they're reflecting a 30-year period for first private nonprofit, then public for-profit, then public 2-year. The dark blue represents the decade from 1994 to 2004, the percentage of increase in tuition. The light blue reflects the decade from 2004 to 2014, percentage of increase in tuition and fees. And the orange represents the most recent decade, or the last 10 years, percentage of increase in tuition and fees. So if you
And so the takeaway is?
that the price increases are in the rearview mirror. If you look at the two bars on the right, that includes housing and food added to the picture. So again, you can see in the blue bars increases from the periods of 1994 to 2014, and in the orange bars, it reveals something different, slowing or even reversing the growth in the most recent decade. It's a quiet but important shift, and one that challenges the usual narrative about college costs.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Just a clarification, this data, is it national data?
Yes,
National data, thanks. So it's not specific to Georgia.
correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One way to test what's really happening with college costs is to look at student debt. If students were paying the full sticker price, we'd expect to see borrowing rising year after year. But that's also not what the data shows. This slide from the College Board reveals a different trend. Total educational borrowing has been declining for 13 straight years. It's a clear signal that grant aid, whether federal, state, or institutional, is filling more of that gap. And for private colleges in particular, it tells a more accurate story than sticker prices ever will. At the last meeting, there was some questions about the distinction between undergraduate versus graduate borrowing. So I included this chart also from the College Board report that shows that undergraduate debt continues to decline. I don't want to spend a lot of time on it, but I know it came up in the last meeting. So in my work, one representative has said to me, "Look, Jenna, I'm not a fan of your schools because the tuition at your schools is more than $80,000, and the students major in basket weaving and ice sculpture, and then they ask for $250,000 in debt to be forgiven by the federal government." I'll be honest, that crushed my heart a little bit. Not because it was harsh, but because it was so far off the mark. We've talked about the difference between sticker price and net price, and the importance and increasing amounts of institutional aid and discounting. And in 2023, you can see the average debt at GICA students at graduation was just over $24,000, not $250,000. The average debt for students graduating from USG institutions is $21,538. That means students graduating from GICA colleges have only $2,500 more of average debt than students who graduate from Georgia's public colleges. Additionally, IPED's data shows that in 2023, 48% of GICA students did not utilize federal loans, and 88% of GICA students did not utilize private loans. This slide from the Strada Foundation illustrates something I've been alluding to throughout my remarks. Public perception about college cost and debt levels is off. 86% of Americans think a four-year degree is too expensive, but only 22% can correctly identify the average net cost. And here's an eye-catching shift. In 2024, auto loan debt officially surpassed student loan debt, becoming the second largest form of household debt behind mortgages. Today, auto loans make up 9% of all household debt, and the average price of a new car, nearly $48,000. That's more than double the average student loan debt of a GICA graduate. So as we think about affordability, it's important to keep an eye on the workforce pipeline. And so I'm going to quickly share a few slides to show trends that add context to this conversation. First, no doubt you've heard about the enrollment in the demographic cliff. This chart shows some of those numbers. It's true in Georgia as well as across the country. You can see we're facing a 6% decline. Florida is looking at a 21% increase. And this one, I feel like I have tried to show this slide in every meeting I could. We have the lowest home state college attendance rate in the SREB region.
Say that again?
We have the lowest home state college attendance rate in the SREB region. That means that of the states in the SREB region, we're losing more students than any other state
We're losing students
to other states.
to other states.
Might have something to do with the fact that the other states are doing better on needs-based funding than we are. Just might, that's just a stab in the dark, you know?
This slide shows,
Other states provide needs-based support to out-of-state students?
No.
I think now you,
So their needs-based support in, let's say, North Carolina, it would not be true that they would support North Carolina students, not Georgia students?
I know, we're losing students to other states who offer a package that's more attractive, and it's actually demonstrated by the numbers that private schools with generous assistance based on the need of the student, they offer a more attractive choice for a low and moderate income family than we're offering here in Georgia.
But the states are not supporting that. You're saying the private institutions do?
Did you say the states are not
I
supporting
would
that?
say the North Carolina system, the state of North Carolina would not support needs-based students from Georgia, or would they?
In the state-funded schools,
Or the privates?
I can tell you what, I can tell you, if I can find it, I can tell you what North Carolina is doing.
Okay. I just,
Uh-huh.
Georgia's needs-based is evident, we got it. I think, but the interesting thing is, and I appreciate the privates having the strong ability to offer discounted prices, and that is a part of your competitive strategy.
Yep.
But I would say, and we are losing to other states, I don't question that either, but the issue is, why are they moving to another state for education?
Neighboring states, including Florida and North Carolina, are spending $300 million a year on need-based aid programs.
I don't-
And they're not drawing the line. It's not a program that leaves out people coming from other states.
Yeah, I'd like to verify that, that's all.
Right, we're gonna bring information about that. Do you have anything else to add on that? Ms.
no, I
Clausen?
would say that the needs-based aid might impact this slide on the home state attendance, right? So having a needs-based aid program in Georgia could help us keep more students in the state.
Exactly.
This slide shows compares net gain versus net loss of first-time, full-time freshmen for the states touching us. In here, you can see that Georgia is the only state with a net loss of students, meaning we lose more students to other states than we bring in from other states.
Let me get, I've got, I'll flip back to following you with my, all right.
Many of our students also face academic readiness challenges that can put their HOPE eligibility at risk and then by extension stay enrolled. And this shows the 5-year trends of college readiness benchmarks for Georgia graduates. So I've shared a lot of data with you this morning on affordability, student aid, and the institutional efforts to make private college accessible in Georgia. And I hope it clarified a few things, or at least gave you something new to think about the next time you hear a soundbite on cable news. But behind every data point is a student, a family, a decision, and a dream. And to bring that story to life, I'd like to turn things over to my colleague, Dr. William Kennedy, president of Andrew College, who is here today to share a campus perspective of what affordability looks like on the ground and what it means for students in Southwest Georgia. Floor is yours.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Andrew College, first off, I did put our mission statement up there, and I won't read it for you, but we are a United Methodist affiliated institution, and I bring greetings from below the gnat line. We are located in Randolph County, which is the poorest county in the state of Georgia, depending on the year. Most years we get that distinction, and it's not something we want to hold. A very economically depressed area. We are the 9th oldest school in the state, something people don't don't realize have been around a long time, since 1854, predating the Civil War.
Right.
A very historical institution founded for the education of women. In fact, during the Civil War, we were actually a hospital during that time as well, and a ton of history. Southwest Georgia needs educational opportunities, especially in our region. And, our growth that we've experienced recently has been a benefit to our community. We have just over 600 students, 53% male, 47% female currently this fall. I don't have the data this fall, but last fall we were 35% first generation students. We are 72% students of color. We do not hold the federal distinction, but we are and have been for a while meet the distinction, meet the qualifications for PBI, but we just don't have that federal distinction.
PBI.
Predominantly black institution. So 69% of our students this fall are Pell Grant qualifiers. So we have affordability is extremely important for our population in Randolph County and where we serve. About 65% of our students are from Georgia, and about 25% split almost equally between Alabama and Florida, which would make sense where we're located down there in that corner. Our model and with private ed is different than the two massive systems you heard earlier, but I think very important. We are very much individualized attention, where a student is not a number, they're a name, and the state systems are fantastic. They do a great job, but our students get hands-on learning. They're very well known by their faculty and staff, and that individualized attention makes a lot of difference, and we have the opportunity to change lives. And we live out our Methodist and Wesleyan values, which is very much about doing all the good we can, and we're committed to education. We have grown 144% since the fall of 22, which at just over 600, that should tell you how small we were at that point. So we've added 9 new bachelor's degree programs in the last 2 years. I've been president a little over 2 years, so we've been very aggressive since I got there. Something we're very proud of is 75% of our nursing and respiratory therapy graduates stay and work in Southwest Georgia, helping to fill that desperate need for rural healthcare workers. And so those 2 programs are doing a heck of a job in that area. We work hard in our community to be that cultural uplift and host cultural events like Arts Around the Square, Murder Mystery. We were one of 10 communities awarded the state art collection that's been going around the state, and we've had it for about a month, and our community's enjoying that, so we're very proud to have been awarded that. We had no tuition increase this year, and I have no intention of having a tuition increase next year, so we're doing our best to hold the line on tuition for our students to make it more affordable. We award over $4 million in institutional aid, and that is foregone revenue, is what it is. It's discounted and foregone, and it's accounted for, and it's somewhere probably between about 4.4, and that is accounted for. It's not a made-up number, and a budget just under $16 million. That'll be about $4.4 million that we will not collect. That will be lost revenue. Every full-time student is awarded merit aid, and we work on top of that to meet their needs. We've added, since I've gotten there, we've added 2 need-based programs to help our students in a case-by-case situation. The first one was what we call the Blue Gold Scholarship, and that is very much case by case. The second one, which will go into effect this upcoming spring, is the Andrew Access Scholarship, and that will be something that for those who qualify will add on to students who have a 0 to negative 1,500 SAI. So the very needy students who have high need. We'll be able to add more money onto their package and help them bridge that gap. So we're excited about working with that. We have over 20 different institutional scholarships currently. And then several, obviously, endowed scholarships that we work to package our students with. And this is very personal for me. I was not fortunate enough to be born a Georgian, so as soon as I could. It took a long time.
You finished the sentence.
Took a long time, but I was. I'm from Arkansas originally. Grew up in rural western Arkansas, and
High school class of 10.
high school class of 10. It does not exist anymore. It was consolidated during Governor Huckabee's tenure, and when he was consolidating small schools, and after I left, obviously. But so the school doesn't exist anymore. My classmates were more interested in graduating and getting out to the logwoods, or maybe getting a job at the blue jean factory. That was their ambition, and so the Lord blessed me to be 6'7". And so when you're 6'7" and you're in a high school class of 10, you can imagine you play basketball. So I was blessed with that, and college was the path for me. And I went to a school much like Andrew College. It had about 300 students, small Baptist college, and I was not prepared for college. I cared more about basketball. I cared more about the things involved with that. And I was beyond caring about basketball. I was a first-generation college student, full Pell qualifier. I think they liked that as much as me being 6'7", because they could package me better with my Pell Grant. My grandfather had a 6th grade education. My father dropped out of high school several months early to join the Marines to go to Vietnam. So that's the family I came from. And again, the sum of my ambition going off to college was maybe to get a degree and coach basketball at some remote outpost in rural Arkansas somewhere. But I was fortunate enough to go to a place where, I was a name, not a number. And my coaches and teachers took an interest in me, saw something special, showed me I could be more than an athlete, showed me I could probably read and write. And I sit here 30 plus years later. I can assure you that young man never thought he could have maybe a bachelor's degree, much less a master's or a doctorate, or run a college. And so it's amazing when you trust the Lord what can happen. And so I went on and to another small private college and was led to Christ, and it made all the difference for me. So that's why this work is very personal for me. And whether you are from a rural Arkansas setting or from the inner city, when you're poor and you don't have the tools, education gives you the tools to bring yourself up. And affordability is key, and education paramount. And I am living proof of that. And that's what we try to do at Andrew College, is to educate and support young people, much like the people who gave of themselves and did that for me. So, and I think, that's a little personal there, but what gets me out of bed in the morning to push Andrew forward. So.
And I believe this is the deepest dive that we've had into rural Georgia and higher education today. Well, and it's of high value. Thank you.
When you look at our map, one of the things that I realized when I started in this role is that many of our colleges are very close to other state borders. And so no doubt, we have some of the best colleges in the world here in Atlanta in our membership. But we also have
Making headlines, making headlines.
we've got an alum sitting up here, so I know she knows of what I speak. But we also have schools that are serving Georgians, and one of the things your predecessor shared with me is saying that I think is true. We serve where we live, right? And that is part of what our schools are doing across the state.
I wish God would have put me somewhere where there was more people sometimes, but yeah. But when when he founded Andrew College, Cuthbert was a little more prosperous and larger, I think, in 1854 than it is today. But
Cuthbert is the actual.
Cuthbert's the city.
The
we're in.
city.
Yeah.
The town.
Yeah.
Yes, the city. Yeah.
But no, we're. But we are. I often say we're doing God's work down there, and in a bit of an education desert. Even though we're an hour or so from Columbus and 50 minutes or so from Albany, when you don't have the resources to get to those places,
Exactly.
It doesn't matter.
Well, let me ask my colleagues any questions or comments that you would like to share at this point as President Colvin wraps up.
Just a quick question.
Oh, yes.
Dr. Kennedy, I recognize you're having to discount your price in order to achieve your goals. What is the sticker at Andrew, and what is the net?
Sure.
The discounted amount.
Sure.
Can you kind of put some numbers on that?
Yeah.
In a specific school?
Yeah, I can. Our tuition is, the sticker is $19,604 for the year.
Okay. Which is relatively low?
Which is low, yes. We are one of the least expensive private eds you're going to find at $19,604 for tuition. And we discount roughly half of that. So last year it was 48% is where our discount rate ended up. The year before it was about 52. So we band between 48 and 52 depending on
Which
the
would
year.
be, what's a dollar?
It comes in somewhere around 9,400 or so. For 2 semesters, yes. So if you took the Pell Grant, the full Pell Grant, and the equalization grant, you're within $1,000 of that or so. After our institutional average.
Right, yeah.
Stacked on there.
President Colvin, could you, a very important to me, that leapt out at me from your presentation was looking at the comparative, the map, and of Georgia versus the other states on.
The home state college attendance.
That's right. Mhm.
That I got from SREB data.
This is, home state college attendance.
Mm-hmm.
And because that's a data point that hadn't surfaced, but it is not unimportant.
Well, so one of the things we know is true is all the colleges in the country face enrollment declines, and the demographic cliff is hitting. It's hitting
The birth rate,
right.
18 years ago.
It's hitting other regions differently, and so what we know is here in Atlanta, there are colleges from the Northeast, from Alabama, from North Carolina. They're set up here, recruiting our students.
Recruiting the students here.
Yeah.
And recruiting them to states and institutions that have significant investment in needs-based tuition assistance.
I assume that's part of the calculation.
If I may, before I came here, I spent 7.5 years in Kentucky, and ran enrollment at a private institution in Kentucky. even if we didn't have a significant investment in needs-based aid, because of the lack of students in Kentucky as opposed to the populace in Georgia, because Georgia's a much more populous state, Georgia was an attractive target for us to spend resources to recruit in, because we felt we could come down here and take students from Georgia. And we did, and we would get 40 or 50 kids from Georgia every year. Even though there were many schools from Georgia, we just felt we could come down here and
What
get.
was the secret sauce?
Honestly, there wasn't, for us, we had extracurricular and co-curricular opportunities that there wasn't enough opportunities in Georgia for. One of them being that we had a college wrestling program. There were only 4 college wrestling programs in Georgia, and so there were 10,000 high school wrestlers. We could come down here and get as many wrestlers as we wanted to because there wasn't enough opportunity for Georgia high school students, so they had to leave the state. Now, when I came down here, I started wrestling at at Andrew, so I should tell you, we had 40 wrestlers. So there's just different things like that where it is because of the demographic cliff, because of the desperation schools are facing in this sector, Georgia is a prime target, and so will Florida be, where there's many students and schools are going to devote resources, even if they don't have aid, they're going to devote recruiting resources to go down there and try to get students where the students live.
So it's just, to me, a takeaway from this is that whole question of competing for attendance and driving attendance up, and that we're poorly served or in Georgia. We're ill-equipped given our 1% investment in needs-based tuition.
Well, so needs-based aid is a tool, right? We
That's
have
right.
another tool with the Hope Scholarship, and the question is, would having more tools be helpful?
Well, and the other point, if you could just, and I know we're wrapping up and we're going to be taking a break here, but before we go, the kind of frozen in time fiscal reality that the private schools face on state investment, the tuition equalization grant.
So I graduated from high school in 1989. I try and cover up my gray hair. But the TEG was $1,000 in 1989, and it's $1,150 today. And we know the cost of everything has gone up in that time.
Yeah, that's remarkable. And when I got on higher education committee and came to understand more and more, the independent colleges that your association brings together, we don't have slots in our public system for those students. Where these the independent colleges are not in existence. It's a partnership on educating the next generation, is it not? That I think needs acknowledgement of the vital role that the schools you're representing.
Well, we appreciate that. I think you get a flavor for the sense of calling that many of our schools have. Mm-hmm. And the service that they provide to their communities, mm-hmm. and they're happy to do it. I think overall, our total attendance is just over 70,000 for graduate and undergraduate. So, it's not, the university system's got 300,000 students, but I think we're serving students who are looking for a different kind of experience and in maybe a different geography.
With the with the frozen in time tuition equalization grant level.
Yeah.
Well, thanks very much. And
Thank you.
any other closing remarks or thoughts from committee members? Thank you so much, and we will reconvene right here in 4:50 at, I believe it's 1:30 is the startup time. Right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it, and I know you came from a fur piece, and we appreciate that doubly.
Thank y'all for having me.
Thank you very much. We have lunch in the Senate Mess.
Yeah, you know the Senate.
Study Committee on Higher Education and Affordability. Thank you all, and sorry that we got sidetracked up here. There's so many things that we juggle that we really did get distracted over here. We did a great job of distracting ourselves, and we're not even going to tell you the topic because it would the jaws would drop. But we are, as I told our first speaker when we met today, Dr. Timothy Rennick has a reputation that precedes him because every corner I turned, somebody told me, "Oh, you've got to get Tim Remick over here. Tim Remick, Georgia State. You've got, yeah." And he is with us, and I will tell you, forewarned is forearmed. This is his third presentation today. So saving the best to last, Dr. Rennick. And I'm afraid that he'll probably have to rush off after this, but. People that are doing good work are in demand, and we so appreciate you, Dr. Rennick, for your work and for the time that you've given us. And you're choosing to stand, and that is absolutely your choice. And we're.
Thank you so much.
Welcome and thank you. Yes.
Yeah, thanks to you for inviting me. Thanks to all the senators for your support of this topic. It's very important, especially at this point in time. I'll say a little bit about my background. That I'm a faculty member at Georgia State. I actually teach religious studies. My field is religious ethics. I founded the religious studies department at Georgia State. But about 15 years ago, I moved into the administration. And for the bulk of that time, I was the head of student success programs at Georgia State, where we built up a model for using data and analytics to do some self-analysis. What is most distinctive about the approach at Georgia State is that we recognize there are many reasons students don't complete their college degrees. A lack of academic preparation, sometimes it's family issues and so forth. But we also realize that there were a subset of issues impacting why students don't complete their degrees that were in our control. These were things that we were responsible for, and we were, part of the problem, complicit in the problem. So we began working systematically at using data to analyze our own systems and understand where we were contributing to the attrition rates of our students and their lack of success. And we've developed this model to the point where we are now being a resource through the state of Georgia and nationally. So I pivoted about 4 years ago from a day-to-day job of leading student success efforts at Georgia State to being the first executive director of the new National Institute for Student Success. This is a nonprofit consulting and research institute within Georgia State University that emerged out of demand. Prior to the pandemic, we had been visited by more than 500 campus teams from different colleges and universities, not only across the U.S., but globally. There was a point where the State Department was beginning to bring guests that wanted to understand educational issues and were visiting the U.S. to our campus to look at our use of predictive analytics and AI and other ways of supporting our students. And what we did 4 years ago is say, rather than trying to do this at a smaller and less resource scale, let's provide these campuses with continuing support by a group of professionals. So the NIST now has a staff of more than 50 individuals full-time, as well as a group of about 20 part-time subject matter experts that work with our partner campuses. And we're working with over 140 institutions nationally across 26 states, including a number of state systems, which brings us to the point of my comments today. One of the state systems we're working with is the University System of Georgia. We launched an initial cohort of 7 University System of Georgia schools about 3 years ago. Each of these schools worked with us for 6 months in a diagnostic phase. What we're basically doing is looking at how their registration systems, their financial aid, their advising platforms are functioning, and quite pointedly, how they're not working in certain instances. And by pinpointing those errors, those flaws, we also were able to come up with some opportunities. So we then proceed to work with these campuses from anywhere from 1 to 3 years to help them improve those platforms and those systems. systems. So what I'm going to be sharing with you today on college affordability is a mix of some of the data that we've collected over a long period of time from Georgia State University and what we're seeing as the impacts of unmet need on our students. And then I'll also share some of what we're seeing more recently through my work at the NIST with these other USG institutions. The first thing I want to suggest is that we do have a challenge in front of us in Georgia. These data are from the Southern Education Foundation, and they're tracking the percent of public K through 12 students who qualify as low income. The bottom line is you can see there's a kind of red band across the U.S. in the southern part of the nation. These are the states with the highest level of K through 12 public school children working their way through the pipeline who qualify as low income. And although the numbers are small here, Georgia is at about 60%. 60% of our public school age kids qualify as low income. So it just, I know I don't need to light a fire under this group. You're here because you care passionately about these issues, but it does indicate the importance of these issues, that compared to other states, we've got to, it's even more important that we figure out how to succeed at scale with low-income students. We're about 5th in the nation, by the way, if you go by those data points, as far as the percent of our public high school and K through 12 students overall that are low income. So one thing that we can see as the NIST, the institute I direct, works with USG schools is that we are facing an attainment gap as far as graduation rates based on low income status. So one of the things we've done for now 20 plus USG schools are data sets like this, looking in the first instance at the percent of the students who are coming in on Pell Grants in this case, and I'm just giving you a sample here of what these data look like to indicate it's not one sector, it's not one type of USG institution, it's not one profile of students, it's across the board. So at Middle Georgia, the percent of students coming in on Pell is almost 60%, and over the last 4 or so years, those students on Pell have had graduation rates that were 9 percentage points lower than the non-Pell population at the same institution. We can look at Gordon State College. At Gordon State, the Pell population is even higher. It's well over 60%. And you can see there the gap is higher as well. On average, over the last 4 or 5 years, the Pell students have been graduating at rates 14 percentage points lower than their peers. And just as a third example, at ABAC, again, a very high Pell population of about 60%, which is also the percent, by the way, at Georgia State. We're at 60% now. And the gap is the largest of these 3 institutions, at least, at 16 percentage points. So just to establish a baseline point, it is objectively the case that the students that at least the federal government qualifies as low income are not succeeding at the same rates as their peers across USG institutions. It's true almost across the board for every single USG institution. So the next logical question is, how do we understand what's happening to these students? Why aren't they graduating at the same rate? And I would be the first to admit there are multiple factors impacting why our low-income students across the university system are not succeeding at the same rate as their peers. But one factor I want to suggest to you, and then ground this in the data, the evidence, is that there is an issue with unmet need. So unmet need is an objective marker. It was established initially by the federal government. It's part of the packaging we do on all of our campuses. What the federal government does, I think most of you know this, every year, is come up with the full cost of attendance for a full-time student at each institution. So this is covering not just tuition and fees, books, living expenses, and I think most of you know the living expenses are the majority of the expenses to support a full-time student. And so at Georgia State this year, the number for an in-state student who's seeking a bachelor's degree is $28,312. By the way, only about 35% of that is tuition and fees. The rest of it is all the other sorts of things it takes to be a full-time student. And what we do, and every institution does that uses federal financial aid, is the lingo is package the student. What that means is pull together the various types of support we can compile for that student. In Georgia, many of the students qualify for HOPE. For the students we're going to be focusing on in my comments, they're Pell students, so they'll have Pell grants. Almost all of these students then are required to take out loans. There is this category of family contribution. For the lowest income students, they may have a zero family contribution, meaning if, so for instance, a family that's earning $20,000 a year, the federal formula does not require the family to kick in money. But for other students, there's a family contribution. And then there's work income as well. So the assumption that the federal government makes in this model is that the student is working 10 to a maximum of 20 hours a week and dedicating all that income to the full cost of their education. And in an ideal world, at least if you're a student certainly, but I think for many of us, once you compile all those various sources of aid, it would reach up to the level of the full cost of attendance. But that's often not the case, and the difference between all of those various resources and the full cost attendance is a number that is named unmet need. And so it's one of the things we're tracking at my institute, and it's one of the things that we found helpful to track over the last 15 years at Georgia State University. The numbers are sobering, though. So on this chart, you're looking here specifically for Georgia State University, where I have more detailed data for you. What percent of our undergraduates have unmet need? 60%. And that number has increased by about 5 percentage points over the last 5 years or so. So that number is going up. It's not that every student has unmet needs. Some students come to Georgia State and they have, once you package them, all the resources they need to be a full-time student. But 60% of them do not. And so then the second question, which is the right side of this slide, is, well, how much is the unmet need that these students have? And for the students who have unmet need at Georgia State, the average this past year is well over $10,000. Let's see, $10,327 is the average. Unfortunately, that number is increasing as well. You can see at the very beginning of the pandemic, there was a dip in the unmet need. That was largely because of some of these federal programs, remember the SIF and so forth, that put a lot of dollars into students' pockets. But once those monies were spent, this number went up again. So it does indicate the size of the challenge. If you just do the quick math here and look at 60% of our undergraduates, our enrollment at Georgia State is 53,000, but that includes the grad students. We have about 45,000 undergraduates. So 45,000 undergraduates, of which 60% have some unmet need, and the average level of unmet need is over $10,000 per student. You're talking about $30 million a year of resources that are unaccounted for at this point. So then what happens to these students who have unmet need? Well, it's going to have to be one of the things on the list here, right? I think this is a pretty exhaustive list. Some of the students reduce their credit hours because if they take fewer courses, it gets less expensive. So that's one way of trying to close the gap that they face. We have chronic problems at Georgia State with food and housing insecurities. We now have not only food pantries on every campus, including all our perimeter campuses and, of course, one downtown, but we also now have a voucher system where we collaborate with, for instance, Kroger, and the students can get a voucher to be able to, kind of pick out food and so forth. It does have strict limits on what they can actually charge with that voucher. We also, every semester, have to have our foundation pay for and keep open several dorm rooms in university housing, because we know every semester we're going to find students who are homeless. I don't remember a recent semester where we haven't found students living in their cars. or just sleeping, from on the floor of one friend after another, and so forth. Of course, none of these things that we're going through this list are compatible with great academic performance, right? If you don't have a good place to live, if you're not eating well, if you are having to slow down your academic progress to reduce credit hours, many of these students, and this is also a chronic issue across the USG, just fail to buy their course resources. So they're trying to get through their courses, but they don't have the textbooks or electronic materials to do so. Many of the students, 80% of Georgia State students are working at the undergraduate level. Many of them are working extra hours. And even worse, as far as trying to help them be successful as students, many of them are working multiple jobs. So it's not just that they're working more than the established 20 hours a week, but they're going across town from one job to another. And because of that, they have far less access to the kind of supports that we all know are highly effective. The students benefit from tutoring. The students benefit supplemental instruction, which is a peer tutoring program, faculty office hours, career support, career resources, internships, and so forth. These students with unmet need are much less likely to participate in those kind of supports. And because of everything else on this list, and that's why I put it in bold, they're more likely to stop out. So these students it's not merely the case that some of these students drop out, which we see in the graduation rates being lower, but these students are far more likely to have to stop out at various times in their academic careers to get to the point where they might accumulate enough credit hours to graduate. And so we at the NIST did this longitudinal study. This looks at 75,000 bachelor students over an 8-year period and asked a really simple question. Over 8 years, what was the graduation rate for the students who did not have to stop out for financial reasons versus the graduation rates for the students who did have to stop out, even for a single semester? And I've done the averages for you. There they are, that the students who don't stop out for financial reasons from Georgia State over this 8-year period, 71% of them are graduating. 24% if they stop out for a single semester. And it's disturbing to look at these numbers. It's also heartbreaking in a sense because you talk to these students, and we know these students, right? You get to meet them and see them. Almost 100% of those students that are represented by the second number think they're coming back to complete their degree. Sure. So none of these students stop out and say, I've got 70 credit hours, I'm done, I'm not going to come back again. These students are stopping out and saying, I'm going to get a job, I'm going to earn some money, save it up, and then be able to pay for my tuition and complete my degree. But the market challenge these students face. They're not college graduates by definition in the eyes of the marketplace. They're college dropouts, right? They were in college and they're not college anymore. And so how many of these students are going to attain a job that pays well enough for them to be able to live, support, in many cases, their families, because a lot of our students are adult learners, and then also at the same time save up enough to pay the tuition and come back and complete their degrees? Well, that's not a hypothetical question. You're looking at one representation of the answer, which is not a lot of them. A lot of them are not going to be able to pull that off, and they end up, the stopping out is really a dropout, a moment for these students. The other thing I think is important for this committee to understand is the impact that unmet need has on hope. I want to go on the record of saying I'm a huge advocate of the Hope Scholarship Program. It is a wonderfully generous program that has done immense good for students in Georgia. And even compared to some of the states that have come on lately to try to mimic our program is stronger, is better resourced, provides the students with more money, and so forth. So what I'm about to say is not a criticism of the Hope Scholarship as such, but there is a reality that students on unmet need, for the reasons that we talked about, given that bullet point page a moment ago, don't perform as well academically. In fact, this is a really striking chart, because what you're looking at here, the vertical axis is just the percent of students at Georgia State who hold on to a 3.0 GPA. What percent of these students have a 3.0 GPA? The horizontal axis are levels of unmet need. The far left are the Georgia State students that have all of their need met, meaning they have the resources to be full-time students, and over 60% of those students are holding on to a 3.0 GPA. But as the need levels go up, as the unmet need levels go up, but the need level for the student goes up, you can see their GPA goes down to the point where the students with the highest levels of unmet need at Georgia State, only 25% of these students are holding on to a 3.0 GPA. So what does that mean in a state that has invested so many resources to a wonderful scholarship, the Hope Scholarship, that is also a merit-based scholarship that requires you to hold on to a 3.0 GPA? Well, let's do another quick tour. These are going to be other samples from the data the NIST has collected from the USG. But the first example here is Kennesaw State. Let me get to my page here. And so at Kennesaw State, over the last several years, this is a 6-year period, 99% of the students, the first-time full-time college students, have come in on the Hope Scholarship. Fantastic. But 40% of those students lose the Hope Scholarship. They don't hold on to a 3.0 GPA, and they lose it. And what happens to those students once they lose it? Well, their graduation rates go down by about 35 points on average. This is, again, heart-wrenching, because a lot of these students are not bad candidates to complete college. You can get through, you're a first-gen low-income student from rural Georgia, and your first semester at Kennesaw State, you complete a 2.8 GPA. That's pretty good, right? That's a good accomplishment for somebody with all that transition and so forth, but it means you're on track to, at the first checkpoint at the end of spring semester, lose that scholarship. And what happens when these students lose the scholarship is many of them are dropping out immediately. And just to give you some other examples, Fort Valley, the percent of students coming on a Hope is only slightly less. It's 97%, but the percent losing the scholarship is even higher, 53%. And what happens to those students? Again, once they lose the Hope Scholarship, the graduation rates go down by 35 points. And just, again, to give you a range of institutions, a very different type of institution than Fort Valley is Georgia Southern, different demographics and so forth. Here, 99% of the students are coming in on the Hope Scholarship, but almost 40% of Georgia Southern students lose the Hope Scholarship because of academic performance issues. And again, you can see it's almost the same thing, about a 30 to 35%, a percentage point drop in graduation rates once that happens. So, I'm trying to just lay out for you what we're seeing on the ground as the reality. There are struggles that students in Georgia have if they're low income to succeed at the high level of their counterparts. There are issues with unmet need that are impacting academic performance, and those impacts on academic performance not only lead to higher stop-out rates, but they also lead to higher Hope attrition as well, more students losing the Hope Scholarship. I do want to, though, close with some optimism, because my career has been dedicated in Georgia to trying to understand these problems so that we can do constructive, targeted things that make a difference and support students in a more structured way. And so here are a couple evidence-based strategies that work. The first thing I'm going to say is this. It's a little hometown bragging, but this is Georgia State's university's Pell Gap over the last decade or so, and it is very small. In fact, prior to the pandemic, it was almost non-existent. You can see the blue dots and the gray dots kind of coinciding there. That means that our Pell students and our non-Pell students, for year after year, were graduating at the same rates. We struggled during the pandemic. Our students, our biggest feeder district, and you're going to be hearing from our good colleague from Achieve Atlanta next. Our biggest feeder district in at Georgia State is Atlanta Public Schools. A lot of Atlanta Public Schools really struggled to provide continuous support for their students during the pandemic. So you can see some of those gaps opened up over the last couple years. But at least this is a superficial suggestion. Maybe there's some things we were doing that might have been a little different than the other campuses we've been looking at across the USG. And here are some of the things things that have, by the evidence, shown to be effective in closing some of these negative gaps for low-income students. Panther retention grants, Keep Hope Alive, academic recovery program, various tutoring, and proactive advising. I'm going to talk about these very, very briefly with just a bit of data to show you what we saw as the impact of each of these interventions. The ones that we've gotten the most attention for, and in many ways influenced state policy, because we know we now have a statewide completion grant program, was something that at Georgia State originated now 14 years ago as the Panther Retention Grant Program. What we saw in our data when we tried to understand the students who were stopping out is, while we were overwhelmed by the sheer volume, we were losing about 1,000 students every semester to financial dropout. And as I mentioned a moment ago, the amount we would need to keep all those students enrolled was about $30 million a year. We distribute $3 to $4 million of scholarships every year. We nowhere close. We didn't have the resources to do that. So we turned to the data. I said, let's try to understand these students who are stopping out at Georgia State so we can actually perhaps find a group to help. And what we found was interesting. While the average level of unmet need at Georgia State is $10,000, there were students who were stopping out for just a few $100s, $300, $400, $500. The other thing we found, which was surprising, is that the largest subset of students who were dropping out of Georgia State for financial reasons every semester were our seniors, the students who were closest to graduating. Now that's counterintuitive in one sense. All of my colleagues who do student success work know that it's the first-year students who have the highest dropout rates, and as the students progress from their first to the second to third year, retention rates go up and the dropout rates go down. But Georgia State is an institution where 60% of our students are on Pell Grants. We have large numbers of low-income students. And these were the students who are running out of eligibility for their aid. They're working jobs, they're across campus, they may fail a course and have to retake it, they may stop out for a bit and so forth. And it was difficult for some of these students to finish on within the minimum amount of time. Hope is a challenge here as well. I love the idea of students graduating on time, but if you're working 2 jobs and the Hope Scholarship covers 4 years and not any time beyond that, it's hard to finish that within that period. So what we began to do is intervene in what I think was a fairly uncommon way, maybe even unique for the time period. This is a scholarship program that requires no application. One of my greatest frustrations, having spent 15 years working in the student success space, is we ask students to complete administrative tasks and jump through hoops to tell us things we already know. This grant is designed for students who are close to graduating, making good academic progress, but have unmet need and have exhausted the eligibility for their other aid programs. It's 4 criteria. We're the ones that determine all 4 of those criteria. We tell the students, you're making good academic progress. Oh, you're close to graduating. Oh, your eligibility for your Hope Scholarship is running out. And that you owe us money to stay enrolled. So why would we have students have to raise their hand and come to some office or go to some website to fill out a form? What we decided to do is we would just identify the students who fit the profile and award them the grants. Not a loan, it's a grant. First semester we ran this program in 2011, we had 40 grants. We've now given over 22,000 of these grants out over the years. And what we found in our data, that same kind of longitudinal study I was talking about a minute ago, is once you give the students these grants, they don't stop out, right? Because the whole point of the grant is plug in the hole that they had in their bill for the semester so they stay enrolled. And what happens to their graduation rates? Go right back up to the level of the students who are not at that financial risk, go right up again. We've run the data, actually a 55 percentage point increase in graduation rates for recipients of these Panther retention grants. The average grant is $900. It's not a lot of money, but it does come at just the right moment to keep these students enrolled, to keep their momentum going so that they stay enrolled and graduate. We just completed an independent study of the program with Ithaca S&R, which is a nonprofit educational evaluator. They determined of the seniors we've given these grants to over the last decade, 85% of them graduate within 1 year, compared to 24% of these students who are coming back if they stopped out and finally finishing their degree. And the other thing they figured out is that these students are not much more likely to graduate. They're graduating with far less debt. So the average debt for these graduating seniors who receive one of these grants is $3,700 less than a student who stops out and does eventually come back and complete their degree. Another program that Georgia State pioneered, and we're now working with Fort Valley, Albany, and Georgia Southern to scale this specific program, is something we call Keep Hope Alive. That if you look at the Georgia State data historically, if a student loses the Hope Scholarship, they're very unlikely to ever win it back again, right? The numbers are under 10% of the students who on their own will pull up their GPA and be able to win the scholarship back again. And as some of you know, that we made it a little harder for the students to do so over the last 10 or so years because the checkpoints are more rigorous and the opportunities to win it back. There are only 2 times when a student can win it back, when they hit certain credit hour points and so forth. So we decided, let's try to create a program to maximize the chances that these students can pull up their GPA. We've got programs we know that work, like supplemental instruction, near-peer tutoring, proactive advising. We'll give these students all those kind of supports, and we'll give them a $500 incentive for 2 semesters just so they check all the boxes and participate in all of those support programs we know to work. So what's happened to those students? 80% of those students are winning the Hope Scholarship back again. Now, I'll have to be honest, this program will not work for every student that loses Hope. If you're great, if you have a 1.0 GPA, you're not going to pull it back up to a 3.0. But we work specifically with the students who are in the 2.5 to 3.0 range, and with this kind of targeted support, you can make a really big difference for those students. And again, just to put this in a kind of data-based context, since we've run these studies, the students in Keep Hope Alive who lose the Hope Scholarship are 2.1 times more likely to graduate than the students not in this program. It's not an expensive program, right? It's resources we already have on campus and some incentive money for the students. It's just we haven't scaled these things yet across Georgia and across the USG. I'll just mention 2 other things really quickly, because part of the struggle for college affordability is an academic performance struggle, that the students who tend to run up a lot of debt, and definitely the students who end up stopping and dropping out and then having debt that they can't pay back, the students who are in the worst financial straits are the students who struggle the most academically. So we do have to pay attention to things we can do to help these students perform better, and perform better from their first semester, not waiting till they're hoping they improve in their senior year, because too many of these low-income students won't make it to their senior year. So two programs we're scaling across the NIST. One is an academic recovery program. Our data shows one of the riskiest things that students do is, after failing a first-year class that is critical for their graduation requirements, coming back and taking it again. If they fail it a second time, their chances of graduating go down exponentially. So, but what have we done as a sector? What has higher education done with those students? They fail a required course their first semester, and we say, maybe you should try taking it again, and good luck, hope it goes better the second time. What Georgia State began doing several years ago is designing sections of critical courses that a lot of students fail, specifically for the students who have failed it the first time, because we can wrap around supports in those classes, make sure that there's a near-peer tutor, make sure that these the advisors are reaching out and tracking what the students are doing. Again, not an expensive program, but overall at Georgia State, students retaking a course, they're only passing it 50% of the time. We've gotten that number up over 70%. We'd love to see it at 100%, but still, that's huge gains for a relatively low-cost program. And then, we can't have a hearing where we don't talk about AI. So, Georgia State was a early adopter of AI. We've been using AI to communicate with our students since 2016. And some of you may have heard about our use of Pounce, the chatbot, to help students with FAFSA and other sorts of requirements. More recently, we've been taking the same tool and working with instructors, so this is not counter to the wishes of instructors, but in collaboration with instructors, to help students pass some of the highest risk courses at Georgia State. So what we do is we work with the instructor to understand the pace of the course. We put into the AI answers to basic questions. What are the common questions in Chapter 3? The instructors like this because rather than having to answer the same question 100 times over, they know that the students can go to the AI tool and get the answers immediately. There's a quiz me function where students can say to the AI, look, I've got a test coming up next week. Give me a couple sample questions so I can see if I prepared properly. Again, this is all done with the consultation of the instructors. They provide us with the sample questions. We can nudge the students, remind them assignments and so forth are coming up. Probably the biggest difference here is that when we launched this tool, the use of the tool was heavier at 1 in the morning than at 9 in the morning. And so what we're doing is serving a subset of students who are going to those second jobs and not there for tutoring when it's face-to-face and so forth. And they go home at 11 o'clock at night, and that's when they're opening their chemistry textbook to try to figure out the assignment. And if they don't have this kind of support, they're closing the book and saying, I'm lost. But now they've got this tool that can help them and answer basic questions. You might say, would something like this make a big difference? It was not a technology investment because we had already invested in this tool for all of our students. So here's the example. For math classes at Georgia State last fall, overall, 27% of our students failed their introductory course in math. For students that had access to this AI tool, 10% failed those courses. So I know there's a lot of debate about, AI good, bad, and I'm the first to say there's some things about AI that scare me a lot. But if our goal is to provide systematic and scaled and timely support for students, there's great opportunity there. And these are opportunities, too, that we have in front of us, that right now these kind of examples are very, very small across Georgia. If we invest and do more with some of these approaches, we have the ability to produce much, much better outcomes.
What does PP mean?
Say again.
Minus 17 pp.
Oh, percentage points. Yeah. So 27% of the students were failing the other introductory sections at Georgia State. 10% failed the sections that were using the AI coach. So the difference there is 17 percentage points. Yeah. Very last thing I'm going to say, and thank you for your patience and attention, is there's another benefit to proactively supporting the students in a systematic way. It's not just that more students graduate, but they graduate more efficiently. So since Georgia State has introduced all these various approaches we're talking about using predictive analytics and AI and so forth, we are much quicker to identify when a student is off path, and so we're much quicker to get them on path again. And so what's happened? The average time to degree for a bachelor student at Georgia State has gone down by a full semester over the last decade. These are the credit hours that a student is graduating with when they cross the stage. And a decade ago, it was 138 credit hours, even though 120 is the basic number that you need to complete all your requirements. Now we're down to 127. And how does that tie into college affordability? And this is my last slide. This way. Because when students graduate more quickly, more efficiently, they graduate with far less debt as well. So one of the data points I'm proudest about at Georgia State is every one of the last 7 years, we've lowered the average debt load for our graduating seniors. For bachelor students nationally last year, the average debt load was about $34,000. Georgia State has now gotten it down into the $16,000 range, the high $16,000, but less than half of that average. What that means is that students now, compared to where they were in spring of 2016, are completing their degrees, each graduating class, with about $20 million of less expense from tuition and fees. So when we talk about the scope of the problem, $30 million of unmet need at Georgia State, I don't think the way we're going to answer that call and resolve it is through a lot more state appropriations or a lot more philanthropy. We want and encourage both, but I know and I'm realistic about what's likely to happen. But I do think we can get institutions to adopt practices that help students overcome obstacles, be much more efficient and targeted in completing their requirements, and by being self-reflective of the way our institutions are failing our students, ultimately make college much more affordable. So I appreciate your work, your attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rennick, and boy, that's a lot. Who's inquiring minds want to know? Chairman Burns or
If you don't mind, Madam Chair,
I'm happy to recognize you.
first of all, thank you, Tim. Been a strong proponent of Georgia State for decades, and certainly the work that you've done and the leadership you provided, not only to the institution of Georgia State, but also to the state of Georgia and across the nation. Totally agree with your one of your last points, and that is if we can compress time to graduation, we can reduce total cost of education. And I think that you indicated that the cost of education is compartmentalized with instruction and then living expenses. Remind me again about what percentage of that would be the educational component versus the I gotta live component.
Yep, about 35% at Georgia State this year is tuition and fees. The rest of it is living expenses, inclusive of books as well.
Right. Slip back to, find the right slide. We're talking about graduation rates by financial stop-outs. I think it's 4 or 5 slides in. It was one of your first slides on financial drop versus no drop. Maybe it's not numbered, so I apologize. Graduation rates by financial stop-out status, 13 to 21. Somewhere around slide 7, 8, 9.
2013, you say?
Yeah, 2013 to 2021. That's it.
Okay.
That's it.
Yep.
Yep. Okay.
Whoops.
Yep. Back up one. There you go. So, help me understand this real. Actually, pull back before you get to the.
You're right.
Panther
That's the one with the
Retention Grant.
PRG. You're
We're
right.
going to go to the Panther Retention Grant in a minute, which is a great program.
Yep. No, you're right.
There you
That
go.
was the
Slip
wrong one.
back. There you go.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go. So, if I understand this correctly, in the fall of 13, there were 275 students in their first year, right? Had a financial stop out. Is that right?
Actually, no. This is looking at a whole group of undergraduates that we have the data for. So if a student didn't complete a FAFSA, we don't have good data for them. But we would have had about 25,000 students,
Roughly.
the 24,583 plus
Yeah,
the
right.
276, who were enrolled and we were tracking data for. And that year, 276 of them dropped out or stopped out for financial reasons.
financial
The rest did not.
And again, 13, 14, 15 data is fairly consistent, about 25,000 or a little bit less. But the 275, 334, whatever, very small percentage.
It is. It is. It's a really good, astute observation. I appreciate that. What I'll say is this. This is 2000. Looking at 2015, 16, 17, and so forth, this is after we've already introduced the Panther Retention Grant Program and begun to scale it.
Okay.
So we wanted to do an assessment of the program itself, and so these are data when the program is already scaled and reducing that number. As I said, prior to the Panther Retention Grant Program, we were losing about 1,000 students every semester to stop out, but we are now giving between 2,000 and 3,000 of those Panther retention grants every year. By these early years, it was easily at least the 2,000, and I think that was already deflating those numbers.
Okay, then that would explain that like originally it was probably 4 or 5 times this number. Is that what you're
Absolutely,
saying?
absolutely.
The other thing that I note on this particular slide, which is encouraging to me, make sure I understand the 3-year graduated. What's that? That column that says 3-year graduated.
Yeah. So what we're looking at that top row is the percent of students from that originally 276 who graduated within 2 years, who graduated within 3 years. That number will be going up, not because the performance level is higher, but they've had more time
to
to
complete.
actually graduate. Because that first column of the students who are represented, those 25,000 students, we're not looking exclusively as just first-time students. Those are all the students enrolled. Some of them may already been close to graduating. And so
Post-graduation.
those are students who graduated after the first year, and then there's more who graduated the second year and so
So
forth.
it's not implying that a student who starts in year 1 will graduate by year 3.
No, it is not. No, it is not. These are students who might well have already been in year 3 by the time they're.
Right, they could have already been in year
Yeah.
3
Abs-
or whatever.
You got it, yes.
Flip over to the Panther retention grant slide that we pulled up a minute ago.
Yep.
Again, great program, and I agree with you. $300 goes a long way when I've got to fix a tire to get to school.
What page is that?
This is
It
it's
should
the
be
same slide, but it's the
It should be
the
page 14 in the, I think it's
Yeah,
page
not
14.
numbered.
No, your numbers may be different, sorry.
The numbers, yeah.
Yeah, but it's right after the discussion of the Panther retention grant. Again, I'll back up a slide or two. You say that many with small balances of $300 or less. Can you quantify many? Is that 50%? Is it 10%? Is it 90%?
There's a full spectrum. I think that the majority of students who are barred from enrollment for financial reasons have much larger balances than that. I think what we were surprised to see is for, going to the foundation and asking for $40,000, you could end up saving 100 students or so, yeah. So that's what I meant by that it was not a small number you could save by just concentrating on relatively small grants to those students.
Yeah, I think say relatively small, 300 or less. That becomes one of those no-brainer moments that says, "Hey, find a way."
Agreed.
And the question is, many. I don't know what many is.
I can get you those numbers.
an
I can
idea
get
how
you
many
the
many.
breakdown of the students who
Yeah, because
have
if-
unmet need and where that
Right,
falls.
so if you had 1,000 students with unmet need, how many of them would be in that bucket?
Yep.
Okay, and then one more thing, I apologize, Madam Chair.
No, please continue.
I love the Panther retention grant.
Mm-hmm.
Man, that's a game changer. And we're grateful, thank you.
I appreciate that.
Look at the slide here and help me understand it more clearly. So it's the same years, but it's a different set of, it's the
Yeah,
seniors.
it's a smaller subset because what we're trying to track here is for the students who are already in their senior years, what percent of these students who get this little boost at the tail end are actually going to graduate.
Right.
The program is not designed, I think this is true of the state program, completion grant program as well, for first-year students to take them through multiple years and so forth. That's not the point of the program, that the program is really targeting students who are close to the finish line.
Who are seniors,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
But what you were able to do with this is to save a large number of students and get them, in some cases, above the rate of the individuals who didn't drop out.
And I can tell you why that is the case. At Georgia State, we have lots of seniors. Some of the seniors are very close to graduating and will do so. Other seniors have, brought in transfer credits from 4 other institutions, and while they may be over 90 credit hours, are still a ways away from getting their degree completed. These Panther retention grant recipients, we vet. We make a decision. We look at the data saying, are you a good prospect for finishing your degree? So they're finishing at even a higher rate than the non-financially at-risk students because they go through that vetting process, which is part of my point about using data in a more systematic way, is that there always is going to be more need than we can pull together the resources. I wish that weren't the case, but it is the case. So let's take the precious resources we have, use data so that we target it to, in this case, I think it's both the most deserving, but also the students who will benefit the most from it.
And the state will benefit from their
Absolutely.
completing their degree.
Yeah, and maybe I know I've used more than my time, but I will say this maybe as a closing, that I think that last point from the senator is really important because the state has invested so much in these students. And a lot of these students have been in pre-K and then through elementary school and through middle and high school and so forth. They have been supported and subsidized in their college education, and at least the students on this slide are by definition within a semester or so of completing their bachelor's degree in a state where we recognize we need more students with these post-secondary credentials and so forth. It seems penny wise, pound foolish to say to these students, it might take you a few $100s added to get you across the finish line, but no, we've done everything we can at this point. We're not going to do anything more. So yes, I think that the remaining investment to help these students graduate is a really good one from an ROI perspective for the state. I really believe that.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Other questions, Senator Williams? Senator Davenport? You have a question? Oh, you were waving me off. Well, a lot to absorb, but you're showing real results, and you're doing it on a national level now as well.
Absolutely.
Well, I think you make a compelling case for an infusion of funds at critical points, impacting positively outcomes for students. And for that, we thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thanks.
I was not using the mic. I guess you didn't hear a word I said. We so appreciate your working with your schedule and making yourself available to us for your third presentation of the day. We are going to move now to recognize Dr. Cheryl Watson-Harris, whose name has already been lifted up as she's the director of Achieve Atlanta. And we want to welcome you and thank you for being with us, and we look forward to the information you're going to share.
Well, wonderful. Good afternoon, Committee Chair Orrick, Chairman Burns, and all of the distinguished members of the committee. Thank you very much for the invitation for us to speak today, to share both our successes and our learnings. Again, my name is Dr. Cheryl Watson-Harris, and I'm the President and Executive Director of Achieve Atlanta, and 33 years in education, K-12 as well. I stand before you today as the leader of an organization focused on Atlanta, and I recognize that Atlanta is not all of Georgia, but yet I believe strongly that our students' needs, our organization's successes, and our learnings are relevant to all Georgians and to you as our policymakers looking to ensure that our state continues to thrive. In 2014, the Community Foundation of Greater Atlanta, with the support of the Joseph B. Whitehead Foundation, commissioned a study to understand the state of college enrollment and completion among Atlanta public school students. The researchers found that among students entering the 9th grade in APS, only 1 in 7 students were projected to earn a post-secondary credential. This of any kind, within 6 years of their high school graduation. Achieve Atlanta was launched to tackle this very issue. Naturally, this was disastrous news. Post-secondary degree attainment is a critical driver to upward mobility. And as you know, educational attainment dramatically increases the chances of securing a well-paying job, among many other benefits. And this is true also for 2-year degrees, 4-year degrees, and graduate degrees. The challenge for us was, and still is, that the chances of going to college are very strongly related to household income. The more money your parents have, the more likely you are to go to college, unless we break the tie between income and educational attainment. Economic mobility, especially for our poorest families, is likely to remain out of reach. And thus, Achieve Atlanta was created to tackle this persistent issue. For 10 years, this year we're celebrating our 10th anniversary. For 10 years at Achieve Atlanta, we've helped students get into college, pay for college, and succeed in college so that they can earn their post-secondary degree. We're often known for the middle piece, the paying for college. We do this by ensuring that students are accessing the federal financial aid for which they qualify by completing and submitting their FAFSA, and providing a needs-based scholarship to help students pay for school. Each year, we send 800 to 900 students from Atlanta Public Schools to college, here in Georgia and across the country, and they go with our scholarship dollars. This year, we're proud to announce that we're expanding our scholarship to 2 additional high schools within Fulton County Schools. In addition to our financial supports, we collaborate with nonprofits to ensure that our students also receive high-quality college advising while they're in high school, as well as once they're on their college campus. Our partnership with 12 higher education institutions in the state, including USG, TCSG, and private institutions, provide additional opportunities for our students on their path to college degrees. To date, we have sent almost 7,000 students to more than 400 colleges across the country. Though more than 3/4, about 75%, stay right here in Georgia. Most of our students pursue a bachelor's degree, but about 15% pursue an associate, and roughly 2% a technical credential. To date, we're proud that we've provided more than $70 million in scholarships to students with financial need. I know that you've heard from our prior speakers, from Tim, that the cost of college has increased over the last 50 years. What I do want to focus on is the other side of that equation. Are the students able to access the resources keeping up with these costs? And sadly, the answer is no. An analysis of Georgia's college cost and aid available finds that Pell Grant recipients must fill an additional $10,000 gap each year. This means after the federal and state aid, such as the Pell Grant and HOPE, as well as the expected family contribution to costs, students have to take out additional loans and work long hours to make up the difference. This rings true for our Achieve Atlanta students as well. We look at our students' financial aid packages to understand their financial realities with and without our scholarship. And we found that, on average, students have a financial gap of more than $10,000 if we did not step in. And while our students are pulling in as much federal and state aid that they can, including the Pell Grant and HOPE, many must take out loans to cover that gap. Over the past 10 years, we have seen more than half of our scholars have jobs beyond the classroom to help pay for college. And unfortunately, roughly a third of our scholars are working more than 15 hours a week, which the research clearly shows is likely to slow down or even prevent students from earning their degree. And even with our scholarship, 59% of our scholars report that they still face financial barriers that impact their ability to persist through college. Sometimes this shows up as financial needs beyond just the tuition and fees. 1 out of 5 of our students has said that they have had difficulty accessing food during their spring 2025 term, and 15% of our scholars reported housing barriers. In short,
Did you say 15?
15% of our scholars. In short, college is not affordable for all students in Atlanta, and that's where we step in. As I shared earlier, we provide a needs-based scholarship equal to $5,000 a year for students pursuing a bachelor's degree and $1,500 a year for students pursuing an associate or technical credential. We also support our scholars with additional grants, including our completion grant, which is about $2,500, and emergency funds, our emergency grants, which are about $500, to ensure finances are not a barrier to their persistence. Coaches at their college, our trained coaches from community organizations help our students with additional supports, whether they be academic or social emotional barriers. And we've seen the impact. More students are going to college. The share of Atlanta public school students seeing that college is a feasible option for them has increased since our founding. The year before Achieve Atlanta was founded in 2015, 1,071 Atlanta public school students enrolled in college after high school. In 2024, that number was 1,667. That's almost 600 additional students going to college in 2024 than 10 years before. And perhaps more importantly, our students are persisting through college. An evaluation of our needs-based scholarship and complementary supports by Georgia Policy Lab at Georgia State University found that our students persist at rates much higher than their peers. When we dig into this persistent data, we actually find that the greatest impact is among students in the GPA range between 80 to 90 on a 100-point scale. This translates to roughly a 2.25 or 3.0 students who likely would not have qualified for the Hope Scholarship, but are academically qualified to enroll in college. This finding highlights the potential impact of a needs-based financial aid, even in a state like Georgia that has such a robust merit aid program like Hope. To give you an apples-to-apples comparison for completion rates, we looked at our students enrolled in USG institutions and compared their graduation rates to those of their peers at their institutions, no matter the income. And as you can see, our students, our Achieve Atlanta scholars, are earning credentials at the same rate despite low income. A follow-up study by Georgia Policy Labs looked at student loan borrowing and academic progression of our scholars and used focus groups and interviews to uncover the why behind our findings. The research found our scholars are less likely to take out student loans, and when they do, they borrow less. This seems like an obvious outcome of providing students with a scholarship, so we were particularly pleased to see this finding. But the other two findings are even more critical to our understanding of the impact of financial aid. The first is that the additional funding and reduced borrowing means that students are just less financially strained, but also less mentally strained. Scholars reported being able to focus their energies and their time on their education. Fewer work hours, more mental capacity, less stress, means they can perform better in the classroom. We see this in the quantitative data. The research found that scholars in their first term earned more course credits and had higher GPAs than their like peers. Collectively, these results have helped explain the improved persistence, the completion results among Achieve Atlanta scholars that I shared earlier. So through our work with students and partners, our qualitative data and our students' voices, we have learned a lot about what is preventing students from enrolling and completing college. We know that more financial aid is necessary for many students, those in Atlanta and across the state, to be able to afford college. Georgia has a generous merit aid program, and many students can take advantage of that. But even with Hope, many students cannot cover the full cost of college and are opting out or enrolling and then dropping out. And we see this with our scholars, that the needs-based scholarship doesn't just reduce borrowing, it frees up the students' time and mental capacity to do what they went to college to do, to learn. And finally, we are seeing success at Achieve Atlanta with our students. There are so many more students that we and other organizations like us simply cannot support. In fact, with all of the work that we're doing and all of the success that we've had at Achieve Atlanta, we are serving just 1% of Georgia high school students that are going to college. And this does not even touch on the adult learners who are seeking higher education. This is a huge swath of Georgians who, with some additional financial support, could take those steps to college enrollment and completion. So at this time, I would like to invite one of our Achieve Atlanta scholars, Dylan Holly. He is a student at Georgia Tech. He is a business and pre-law major, and we'd like him to come up and just tell you a little bit more about Achieve Atlanta from his perspective. Dylan? Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Dylan. How are you guys doing? Good. Okay, that's good to hear. Okay, I go to the Georgia Institute of Technology, and I've been fortunate enough to pursue my education with the support of my mother, Achieve Atlanta, and the Hope Scholarship. This combination has allowed me to afford college without taking on any debt. But for many of my peers who don't have these same resources, higher education feels almost out of reach. Not because of a lack of talent or ambition, but simply because of cost. Through my work with the Partnership for Inclusive Innovation, I've seen firsthand how access to education fuels opportunity not just for individual students, but for entire communities. When students are able to attend and complete college, they don't just change their own lives. They return to their hometowns as teachers, entrepreneurs, engineers, and leaders, and that ripple effect uplifts everyone. The reality is that students without family support often face impossible choices like working multiple jobs and having their GPA suffer or dropping out completely. And when that potential goes unrealized, society as a whole loses. Affordable, accessible higher education is not a luxury, but it's an investment in our collective future. Making college more affordable ensures that the next generation of leaders, innovators, and public servants can thrive no matter their background. So before I step down, I want to urge you all to see higher education not just as an individual benefit for each student, but as a public good that empowers us all.
Thank you very much, Dylan.
Thank you.
I didn't advance it so he could have his slide there. Thank you so much, Dylan, for sharing your story, and your voice is so very important in this conversation. So again, on behalf of Achieve Atlanta, on behalf of all of our scholars, I thank you again for inviting us to share a little bit about the work that we're doing, the impact that we're having, and the lessons that we've learned. And so with that.
Thank you so much, Dr. Watson-Harris. I had a couple of questions. I'm sure other members of the committee do as well. And this, what's the GPA that's required to graduate from high school in Georgia? Do you know that? So you got somebody in this
Yes.
stable of talent that knows.
The GPA to graduate, I'm not sure we have the credits. Yes, the number of credits. Yes.
It's the number of credits to get out of high school?
Yes.
And
Carnegie credits that you have to earn. I don't know
Well,
the exact number.
I was just hoping to clear up earlier, I think when we were hearing the technical college presentation, at some point earlier in the morning, we were trying to identify if you had, it was said that you had to have a 2.0 to graduate from high school.
No.
If I may,
Uh-huh.
just follow up. Just
Yeah,
follow up.
oh, sure, please, yeah.
Because that was my concern. In order to earn a Carnegie credit, to have that course count toward your graduation, at what level must you complete that work? What grade is
question.
required to complete a Carnegie credit?
Yes. We don't want to misquote here as a former superintendent, I know. Yes, we will
Right.
make sure.
This is a
yes.
little bit out of left field.
Yeah,
but
yes.
Yeah, it is.
It's a lingering thing from
It
the
is.
morning that I wanted to,
is.
Okay.
both of us were trying to tease
Yeah.
that out. So I apologize for putting you on the spot.
no
That was
worries.
not the scope of your presentation.
Oh, no worries at all, and we'll be happy to get that information and send it along to you.
Great, thank you. What is the linkage, if any, between Achieve Atlanta and Mayor Shirley Franklin launched an initiative for high school students that if you come to her, meet with her, and she spent Saturday mornings for considerable amount of time meeting with high schoolers in Atlanta, and that you get in a contract with the mayor, and she will see that she'll find a college for you to get into. Do you know anything about that? Do you know any link to when was Mayor Franklin's term end? It was like 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
No, 2004?
2004.
2006?
Yes, well, we were founded in 2015.
That's right, that's
But we
right.
would love to learn what successes were part of that program,
I
if
know.
there's a way to
I thought
enhance.
you might be the
Follow-up to
the
that.
group the effort that followed on that. That was a very successful thing that the mayor did. Again,
Yes.
addressing this question of need and cost,
Mm-hmm.
and creating a program to a pathway for, and they, once again, this was working in with the Atlanta school system. What are the two Fulton high schools that you all are going to be partnering with?
Creekside and Tri-Cities are the first two schools we'll be expanding to in Fulton County.
Great, that's
Yes.
great news.
We're very excited.
Colleagues, who has a question? Yeah. Mr. Chairman?
I hate to be the one who always jumps out there, but.
Well, I'll look over here because I know you got plenty
Yeah, I
on
always
your-
got a question too. First of all, thank you for what you do.
Thank you.
And you've had a major impact, kind of like our friends at Georgia State. Appreciate that. Appreciate your work with APS. And if I understand your slide correctly, roughly 30% of graduating APS students are a part of the Scholars Program. Is that true?
Yes.
All right, so 30% or so of APS students engage with Achieve Atlanta.
Yes.
Right? Good.
We engage in all the high schools, and then about 30% of the students become Achieve Atlanta scholars.
All right, then I want to just tease out a couple of questions. Over the past 10 years, I'm on a slide, I can't tell, it's not numbered, but after Achieve Atlanta steps in, you made a comment that Achieve Atlanta, that would only represent roughly 1% of Georgia students. Is that correct?
Yes.
30% of APS, but 1% of Georgia. Is that right?
For statewide, yes, sir.
Okay. And then there's the slide where we have the information on the past 10 years, APS students enrolling in colleges increased from 51 to 58%.
Yes.
There it is. Thank you.
You're
Which is great. So you made a comment about persistence. I think maybe Georgia State might have had some information, and you mentioned that persistence rate was much higher. I always get concerned about many and much.
Yes.
Can you quantify much?
Yes, if we go back to this slide, sir, this actually shows that for the persistence of our Achieve Atlanta scholars compared to their peers.
To their peers?
Yes.
Okay. So we're looking at 56 to 70, and roughly, and this is roughly 2.2, 2.25 to about 2.99, just below the hope threshold. Is that not true?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we're achieving at a pretty good rate. Do you have any information on graduation numbers?
On graduation, we have our 6-year graduation rate right here. Yes.
You pointed out a 6-year graduation rate of 46%.
Yes, about 50% of our scholars have graduated in 6 years.
About how many?
50% of all of the Achieve
Roughly
Atlanta scholars.
46, 50%, which
Yes.
is on par with the the peer groups, an alternative group that would not have the same challenges, right?
Yes.
Okay. No, any numbers on 4 years or even less than 4 years? Any idea about that?
We could get you the actual numbers.
I appreciate that. I would say, again, that's good news, that's good information. If Achieve Atlanta scholars are performing at or above
Yes.
the benchmark of the general population, that's a very good thing.
Yes. Thank you very much for that acknowledgement.
You gotta pass.
Senator Davenport.
Madam Chair, Dr. Harris, thank you so much for this. I think it's a wonderful program. Just want to compliment Dylan,
Yes.
too. Thank you
Oh,
for being here.
absolutely.
I always like to see the students come and talk about the program. And when we look at our need-based scholarships and the support, the benefits of that is if we could have needs-based scholarships, that will certainly have higher GPAs. That's really what I'm interested in, those higher GPAs. But the work that you all do, we just commend you for it.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the acknowledgement.
Yeah, my son enjoyed the benefits of a Georgia Tech degree as well. It's a lifetime credential, and it's recognized nationwide, if not around the world. So your mother, and the Achieve Atlanta made the right moves at the right time.
Absolutely.
And I mean every word of that. I really do. When do you start the interface with the students?
Yes.
Give us a sense of that.
Thank you for that question. We begin working with Atlanta Public Schools during the junior year of our students, so 11th grade. We provide through nonprofit partners such as One Goal and College Advising Corps access to additional college counseling, support completing their FAFSAs.
In their junior year?
Yes, we begin interfacing with them in their junior year.
And you're filling that gap that we have. It's a funding challenge for us at the state to commit the money for the college counselors at the high school level to be there in a ratio. Pay for the slots for them to be able to have a reasonable size of students that they're in charge of mentoring and putting on the path to post-secondary.
Absolutely. So we try to stand in that gap. Our commitment is to help our scholars get into college and through college.
Right.
So we do start in the 11th grade.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
One more thing. With the 2 new schools in Fulton County, that brings it to 12. How many, will you be expanding? I guess I'm down in Clayton County. Will you be expanding?
Dr. Rennick is familiar with this dynamic.
I just think you're so phenomenal there in all that you're doing with this, with Achieve Atlanta, with 75% of the students staying in Georgia.
Yes.
That is really great. But I just want to know on the south side, like in Clayton County and Henry County and those areas who really need it. You never know what students are taking. I was, I guess about 20 years ago, I was down in at a church one Sunday morning, and I was not a senator then, and the gentleman, the minister allowed me to speak on behalf of a civil rights organization that was giving, they had scholarships available up in Chicago, but then they were bringing chapters to Georgia. And I was speaking, telling him how great it was to have a college experience and all of this, and there was a student there from high school who was trying to go to Georgia Tech. And his mother went online and said, just go online and do it. Next thing I knew, the child had applied and got the scholarship and was able to go to Georgia Tech and graduate. So when I hear things like this and see students like Dylan, I'm just overjoyed.
Oh, yes. Well, speak it into existence, Senator Davenport. We would love to continue to grow. This is our first expansion outside of Atlanta Public Schools. So we wanted to go slow, to go fast, hopefully. But your example is a true testament to how you can just spark the genius inside of our scholars, and with a little support, they can continue to achieve their dreams. So thank you so much.
But to clarify now, you're working in all the APS schools, is that?
Yes, we're in all of the Atlanta Public Schools.
Exactly. And
High schools, high
The
schools.
high schools, of course, of high schools. Our student numbers are dropping in the Atlanta public school system. More schools are going to be combined, I think, at the elementary level, but that's for another day.
Yes.
And so your reference that your scholars have, more than 50% of your scholars have jobs while in school, and 1/3 work more than 15 hours a week. That is as college students. Is that
Yes.
right?
Yes, ma'am.
Not what they were doing in high school, but.
No, that data point references the jobs that they have while they're in college.
Enrolled in college.
Yes.
And that it goes directly to the kind of information we were hearing from Dr. Rennick about the features of needing assistance, benefiting from assistance, and what a reality right there. More than 15 hours working in a week and holding jobs while they're going to school. That's not a little sliver of our population. That's significant. And Dr. Rennick had said, what was the 60% number that you gave on that? This is so unfair. You're finding out how bad my memory is. But
60% of our students are on Pell Grants. 80% of Georgia State undergraduates actually have jobs. So
80%. And I noticed that those institutions that you selected out, 99% of their students were on Pell Grants in some cases.
that was more like the Hope scholarships. For some of those institutions, 99%.
The Hope Scholarship, that's right.
Yeah. In Georgia, there are a few schools that reach 75% Pell, but it's typically below 75%. Many of the schools I cited have about 60% of their students on Pell.
And schools have 99%, some schools have 99% of their student body are on Hope.
They come in on the Hope Scholarship, but many lose it.
Yeah, I mean, that's a staggering, I've prompted the chairman with another question, yes.
You are correct. And there's no disputing the fact that students come in with hope. In their first year, many of them lose hope. And much of it could be preparation related. It could be the transition challenge of moving from a high school environment to a university college environment. But when you're in Dr. Rennick's data, I think he showed Kennesaw State, it declined, but then it leveled out reasonable at the junior-senior level. You didn't lose as many. I think the issue there is, you're 100% right on the work requirements. If a student is working 15 hours a week, they're going to lose a half a point on their GPA just out the gate.
Yes.
And they may lose a whole point if they overload. And I think we have to find ways to engage the students so they can be supported. At the same time, I'm a big work experience oriented individual. I think combining work experience, preferably professional work experience, with the education makes a lot of sense. And I'm a product of a co-op system. It worked for me. It worked for my children. I'm a big advocate of apprenticeships. I'm a big advocate of engaging that student in the applied component of their academic preparation. My congratulations to Dylan being at Georgia Tech.
Famous for their co-op program.
Famous for their co-op program. I'm a product of Georgia Tech's co-op program. And I'm saying is, if done correctly, a work experience can be a positive. If it's just meeting fundamental needs, maybe not so much, right? So I would hope that somewhere in the mix, we might look at some experiential-based component of education, whether at the university level or at the technical college level or wherever. A lot of that depends upon the institution and how they pursue to deliver their education.
Well, and I would point out that with the co-op system, you are enrolled, you're earning credit, and you're not.
No.
You're not.
You're not.
I mean, you're enrolled, and it's part of the college experience.
Correct.
You know.
Correct.
Yeah.
And I would say the shift of semesters has made it more difficult.
That's right. That's
to
right.
do-
It was a
to do
challenge.
a co-op
The
style
quarterly
program.
thing. That's right.
But I appreciate both Georgia State and Achieve Atlanta.
Thank you so much. And if we're invited back, we'll tell you a little bit more about some of the internship and fellowship experiences that our scholars have been provided. And Dylan is one of our Penn Scholars from this past summer. So thank you again so much.
Oh, is that right? Is that's something that you're just launching, or you've been at it for a while with the intern?
It's newer for us because we want to make sure that our scholars receive that career exposure in both high school and that they have those high quality opportunities as a persistence strategy, that they know what they want to focus on once they graduate, and that we're giving them real-time exposure into those careers, as well as the opportunity to build their social capital and their network.
All of those pieces, and they need to have their income, their family income level, recognized more fully with, I mean, more generally, broadly across our state, in my opinion. And that's hopefully what we'll arrive at. Well, this has been very, very helpful. Thank you both.
Thank you so much.
Again, Achieve Atlanta. And Dr. Rennick, I know that you both have packed schedules all the time, and we really appreciate your prioritizing coming and sharing this information.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Our next presenter, College AIM. We have the Associate Director, Ms. Jamisia Craig, who is a bit new to College AIM, but your director is somewhere in Kansas or Oklahoma or something. He's way out of state.
He is out of state. I am a bit new to the role, but I've been with College AIM for 5 years and in higher ed since I graduated with my master's in 2018. So,
wonderful.
yeah.
Where'd you graduate from?
Undergrad, University of Tennessee. Any dogs? Okay, no. And graduate school from Florida International University.
Well, you must have gotten some financial help to go to those schools.
You know, a little bit from UT, but I'm one of those folks that are kind of in the middle ground that depended on student loans, which is why I'm doing the work with College AIM to make that not the case for the students that we serve.
Wonderful. Well, we're glad to hear from you and welcome you again, Ms. Craig.
Yes, so we'll try to be efficient because I know we're standing in between either afternoon nap or a snack.
I don't know what world you're in. Afternoon nap?
Or pick up, because I'm about to go pick up my baby. On this slide, starting in the gray, you see Janiyah, who's a student at Georgia State University. Next to her, you see Kyra, a student at Savannah State University. Next to her is Nadia, who is enrolled at Albany State University. And the last young lady is Destiny, who is also enrolled at Savannah State University. These are powerful examples of College AIM's impact, and not just on post-secondary pathways, but helping young adults make one of the most thoughtful, informed, and financially wise decisions of their lives. This is a photo from our College AIM Signing Day, which we host every year, where we celebrate over 800 graduating seniors from DeKalb County School District who officially announced their post-secondary enrollment plans at this program. So again, my name is Jamisia Craig. I'm a wife, a mom of 2 little girls, a dog mom, but I have the ultimate privilege of serving as the Associate Director of College AIM. Our organization supports young people at 5 DeKalb County high schools by guiding them to college, through college, and into careers where they thrive. So the why of we do this work. 90% of kids who grow up in poverty but graduate from college will not live in poverty as adults. Again, that is 90% of children who grow up in poverty but graduate from college will not live in poverty as adults. The work we do at College AIM isn't just about college enrollment, it's about economic mobility and economic development. This is our why, because we firmly believe that earning a post-secondary credential in any form is directly tied to breaking cycles of poverty and building stronger communities. Our work. Our mission is clear, I don't have to read it, but it's to break down barriers that prevent students from earning their post-secondary credential of choice. We started College AIM small in 2013, serving 1 high school in DeKalb County, and today, in 2025, we serve 5 high schools. It's Lithonia High School, Cross Keys High School, Towers High School, McNair High School, and Stone Mountain High School. Working with thousands of students and families, both in high school and throughout their college journey. Our students are pursuing various pathways, including technical certificates, associate's degrees, and bachelor's degrees. But here's what makes our work so critical. 90% of the students we serve are Pell eligible, meaning their families have a significant financial need. 75% of the students we serve are first-generation college students, making access and support absolutely essential. And 80% of the students we serve, they stay in Georgia to earn their credentials and build their careers, which ultimately strengthens our state and the communities we live in. We do this work through 2 programs, our Access Program and our Success Program. Our Access Program supports students starting in 9th grade while they're in high school. And during this time, we provide individualized post-secondary advising, so one-on-one support, financial aid and financial aid application support and literacy, as well as college and career exposure. Our goal is that we're empowering students to really make informed post-secondary decisions. Our Success Program, it starts for students after high school, well, really, it starts while they're in high school. We start to work with them their senior year of their high school graduating year, that spring semester. We started working with them and supporting them on navigating college successfully, preparing for life after the post-secondary credential, as well as career readiness and professional development. So this program spans 2nd semester of high school throughout college and into their career.
2nd semester of senior year?
Mm-hmm.
That's right. That's, minutes before they're graduating.
It feels like it. This data proves that this approach not only works, but it's real. The barriers are real, but so is our impact when we address them systemically. So, our recommendation. For our DeKalb County students and students across the state of Georgia, we need additional state investment to help us fill the gaps. We need a comprehensive, need-based financial aid program specifically designed to support Georgia students with the greatest financial need. At College AIM, we've seen that finances are the greatest barrier between our students and post-secondary credentials, particularly for our students who pursue bachelor's degrees. We're fortunate to have low cost and fantastic aid at our technical and community colleges across Georgia. And if the state is able to help bridge that gap for our students in bachelor's degree programs as well, we know that we can move the needles for students, communities, and Georgia more broadly. I've been privileged to do this work with College AIM, like I said, for 5 years, which means I've been able to watch students complete the full journey, from high school through college graduation and into meaningful careers. Kamora Campbell embodies this success. A graduate of McNair High School, Georgia Piedmont Technical College through their dual enrollment program, and American University, she's now a full-time College AIM team member and, most importantly, a proud Georgian committed to college affordability. We are the experts of our own stories, so I'm excited to introduce Kamora Campbell, a College AIM alum and College AIM employee, to share her own.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Hi. My name is Kamora Campbell, and I grew up in DeKalb County attending our local public schools. From a young age, I knew my goal wasn't just college. My goal was to understand people, to work with adolescents, and maybe even become a therapist. College was the path to get there. In high school, I pushed myself to be ready. By 11th grade, I was duly enrolled in college courses while also taking AP classes, captain of the cheer team, playing basketball, and working a part-time job.
Did you say and captain of the cheerleading team?
Yes.
You just didn't sleep, that's what.
Right. I was even selected as a Posse scholarship finalist, which gave me early exposure to competitive scholarship processes. During that time, I was introduced to College AIM, a program that became a turning point in my journey. They helped me visit colleges, complete the FAFSA, refine my essays, and apply for scholarships. That guidance opened doors I wouldn't have been able to access alone. Through College AIM, I also had the chance to take my very first flight, something I never imagined for myself at that stage, all in pursuit of exploring college opportunities. Through College AIM, I also learned about American University, a private school 700 miles away from home. What caught my attention was that American promised to meet 100% of demonstrated financial need. When I was admitted, the university awarded me $50,000 in grants and scholarships my first year, enough to make my dream of college possible. But here's the reality. I searched for a similar option closer to home in Georgia, and I couldn't find one. There were no public four-year schools that offered me enough aid to make staying in state affordable. COVID-19 hit right as I was making my decision, and I wanted so badly to stay close to family. Let me put this into perspective. I was salutatorian of my class, so I qualified for the Zell Miller Scholarship, and I also received the maximum Pell Grant. Naturally, I thought Georgia Southern could be a good option for me. But even after those awards, the numbers still didn't add up. The total cost of attendance, tuition, fees, room, and board was about $23,000. Zell and Pell together covered around $12,000, which still left me with a gap of more than $10,000 for my freshman year alone. That's the reality for so many students who want to stay in Georgia but simply can't afford to. We have low tuition costs and great merit-based aid, but when you consider the full cost of attendance, college is still out of reach for so many of us. And for me, it didn't feel like I had a real choice. I enrolled at American and left Georgia. Meanwhile, my friends who stayed here in Georgia faced a very different reality. Two of my closest friends started at Georgia Southern. Like me, they were strong, hardworking students. They both had the Hope Scholarship and a maximum Pell Grant, but even with those resources, the financial gap was too large. Neither made it to their second year. My best friend enrolled at Georgia State. She worked full-time to cover her tuition, but during finals week, she took just 2 days off and lost her job. She took just 2 days off to study and lost her job. Without that paycheck, she wasn't able to cover her spring bill. What started as one missed semester quickly turned into more time away from school. Now, 5 years later, none of those friends have completed their degree. All of them are working full-time, trying to earn credits when they can, and still searching for a way to push through. These stories aren't unique. I've seen Georgia students work 40 hours a week while carrying a full course load. I've seen them drop from courses when their tuition wasn't paid in full. I've seen them forced to choose between paying rent, buying groceries, or staying in school. These are smart, determined, deserving students doing everything in their power. I shouldn't have had to leave my state to afford college, and no student should ever have to choose between their education and their basic needs. I share these stories not as complaints, but as a reflection of the reality students across Georgia face every day. Working tirelessly, doing everything right, yet still carrying the weight of financial insecurities on their backs. And to demonstrate that while I made it through, many equally hardworking and capable students were forced to stop out because the financial burden in Georgia was just too heavy. In contrast, though, I stand here as proof that when students are given real support, we rise, we work hard, we lead, we give back. Thank you.
Wow. Wow.
That was so good, Kamora.
Hey, you.
My supervisor, who's not in Kansas, said to be prepared for questions, so I'm ready.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Craig, for bringing to us the work of College AIM, and to Ms. Campbell for this illuminating description of, I think, exactly what we were hearing earlier in the day from different presenters, and that is that we actually lose students as a state that can get a better deal going out of state, even to a private college out of state, 700 miles away, but you got a financial package that made it possible for, very hard for you to turn down the AU offer. That's why you're there. And then sharing as well these stories of close friends of yours who were high achievers, striving and had goals in mind, but couldn't get past 1 year at Georgia Southern because of financial barriers. It really just paints a picture that that we as a committee really want to engage with. Any committee members have any further questions for College AIM?
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank
And,
y'all.
Good luck going forward. You could tell your executive director that you stood tall, you stood in, and you delivered. Great. Our last presenter, well, this is it because you all were combined. Ms. Campbell, Ms. Craig introduced you, and I thought we still had one more person, but we have concluded our program. We are open now for public comment. Did anybody sign up for public comment? Don't say we didn't give you a chance. I mean, but we'll look forward to hearing from, I know we'll be seeing each other as we continue to unfold the work of our committee. We will be convening, Senator, in the fair county of Baldwin.
Yes,
In the
ma'am.
city of Milledgeville,
The old capital city.
the old capital city. We hope to visit the old governor's
Mansion.
mansion there.
We're gonna go to the old governor's mansion? Are we gonna have the committee meeting in the old governor's mansion?
I don't know where we'll be.
Well, we're being hosted there by a former colleague who has served in the House and was our Secretary of State. Kathy Cox is the president at the institution.
Just meet in the old governor's
And-
mansion and tour it.
And the meeting will,
Downstairs in the basement.
meeting will start at 10 in the morning. These guys are planning what venue right now up here. It's an unruly committee, but we'll just go with the flow. We're just,
And he's the problem.
We'll keep you on your toes.
That's right, that's right. We'll do that favor for each other. But we really appreciate all the presentations today and the close attention and the voices of students that we have heard that are critically important. And we finally got to meet Dr. Rennick in the flesh. This man who's but we can see that there's significant and important work that's being taken up by nonprofits in lieu of our having the needs-based aid that begins to match what the states around us and states across the country are doing to meet the needs of low and moderate income students and their families. Thank you all very much, and if there are any other comments, closing comments, we want to thank our staff. I know anybody that gets to interface with Cindy West comes back with glowing accounts of her professionalism and her personal demeanor, and she's a pleasure to work with every day, and I just want to thank and acknowledge you, Cindy and Cody Tran, who has helped us put together this event, and as a Georgia State student. Still, I believe, you're in your sophomore year now, is that right, Cody?
Junior, almost a senior.
Well, now, wait a minute, but so he leapt ahead, but that's a story for another day, because when he started working with us, he was a freshman, wasn't he? Yeah, so I don't know how he got up to be a junior that fast. I don't know how to do that. And we want to
thank the man whose bleary eyes show how much he's been leaning into crunching the numbers for us. Nathan Corbett, and the rest of the staff here, without which we could, our legislative council, we thank and appreciate all of you. And by the way, leaving college with low or no debt means that people are free to look at public service as an option, as opposed to having to look for the highest paying job to face a looming debt that goes on for decades. And we've seen that, not some of our constituents, have we not, Senator Williams? Struggling to pay those bills. So on that cheery note, we will, and again, thanks to Georgia State for providing some sustenance. Yes, we certainly appreciate that. My son got his law degree there. Another great education by a law degree from Georgia State. Yeah, you can't beat it. We're going to adjourn and hope to see many of you in Milledgeville, and we'll make the agenda there available just as soon as we finalize it. It'll be a few days, but thanks to all of you, and we applaud your commitment to education and adequately funding this opportunity. It's quite moving when you hear the stories of students who put their shoulder to the wheel and against all odds are achieving success. And I know all of you who work in this space have seen that over and over. It's quite important work that we're doing here, and thank all of you for the work you do. We are adjourned.
Thank you.